Chapter 8:18. Everyone, from that moment on, had no time to rest. The attackers came one after another, and the defenders could only fight with their lives on the line to protect everyone's lives. From the very beginning of the battle, the situation had reached a rather tragic level. As the battle continued, one by one, the warriors of the astral souls fell, but no one retreated, and no one lost their will to fight. If they retreated, Li Chenglong would definitely be killed, and they would die even faster, and there would be even less hope. If they fought, as long as Li Chenglong could wake up, the situation would change. Moreover, everyone could see that Li Chenglong should have obtained a heaven-shaking opportunity. This matter could be said to be related to the future of the star soul human race. Who would be willing to retreat? Dying in battle is our duty. We'd rather die than retreat. Because of Yu Moyan's sneaky attacks, every time he attacked, one of the opponents would die. Yu Moyan's attacks were sharp, and no one could stop him. It was also because of this that the Umno Alliance and the Dao League were wary of him, and the battle was not completely out of balance. After that, Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing's overlord halberd worked together to force out an area, and Li Zhongming, who had been waiting for a long time, finally found his chance. He immediately activated the Great Dream Divine Technique, and brought the 7 of them to sleep. He did not dare to activate the Great Dream Divine Technique, because if one of them escaped and could still move, his side would be annihilated. Many of these people had higher cultivation than him, and Li Zhongming was not confident at all, so he could only use a more targeted method to drag the 7 of them to sleep. This was Li Zhongming's limit, and it was also the best choice. But even if everyone on his side tried their best, and used all their trump cards, the huge gap in their overall strength made the situation more and more dangerous. Yu Moyan attacked continuously, and after successfully killing 8 of them, he paid a heavy price, and his combat power decreased sharply. They were all geniuses of the same level, and it was impossible to kill one of them without paying a price. Yu Yan, who was seriously injured, finally activated her life potential, and burst out her source of strength, and killed a few of the opponents. Duke Yan, who was trying to save Yu Yan, took a sword and 3 palms that while everyone was stubbornly resisting, Li Chenglong finally regained consciousness. However, before he could join the battle, the surrounding environment suddenly fell into an atmosphere of heaven and earth collapsing. The palace that everyone was standing in directly rushed out of the belly of the mountain. Then, the scene that everyone saw before, the whole palace entered the pearl in Li Chenglong's hand. As soon as he regained consciousness, he saw Sui Xiao Duo and the others coming to his aid. I see. Sui Xiao Duo looked at the pearl that Li Chenglong took out for him, and could not help but feel envious. Look at his luck. He just had to casually fight a battle, casually collapse a mountain, casually enter an abode of immortals, casually. And he got it. Looking at the meaning of the palace, its level might be even higher than his own Tower of Annihilation. This kind of luck, no one else could have. Then, he looked at himself. He was a tragedy of being stingy. Swollen's harvest was really much better than his, and he could not compare. Sui Xiao Duo could not help but feel envious. No, it's time to ask Swollen for money. If he does not, I will feel bad. I can feel it, I can enter this palace at any time. When I first grabbed the pearl, my hand was injured and bleeding, so I used a blood contract to create a connection between them. Later on, I could not move because of this. There is also a herb garden, a training room, a martial arts arena, and some treasures in this palace. Li Chenglong said, the original owner of this palace, the big ancient demon, seems to be called Ing Zhao, which seems to be the name of a famous big demon in ancient mythology. I don't know if it is this person. Sui Xiao Duo was stunned. If even you don't know, I don't know either. Won't we know when we go back and check? Is this the time to worry about these details? There is no need to check, I remember. Li Chenglong sighed softly and said, I really should wait until we go back and slowly talk about it. This is an extraordinary opportunity, but it is also because of this opportunity that 13 students died an unnatural death. Hearing this, the faces of all the students who survived this battle were filled with grief. Although we have obtained this opportunity, but the dead students will never come back to life. Li Chenglong took a deep breath and said, Zwa, I. Zwa Xiaoduo said, the compensation that should be made must be given. The safety of the parents and family members must be well arranged. Those who have brothers and sisters in martial arts aptitude, focus on nurturing them. Those who do not have martial arts aptitude, let them live a prosperous life. He said softly, let this comfort the souls of the students in heaven. Every once in a while, go and check on the needs of the family or the needs of cultivation. We cannot be ungrateful. Okay. Li Chenglong nodded silently. He wanted to say something about the families of these students and whether he should do something, but he was directly interrupted by Zwa Xiaoduo. This was because Zwa Xiaoduo knew that if he really said that he would benefit the family and even put it into action, Li Chenglong would probably never have a peaceful day in the future. It should be known that the whole family was never united. In this kind of matter, the ones who should be taken into consideration the most were the parents, brothers, and sisters, and the direct bloodline. If he also benefited the family, or the direct bloodline of the dead students, because of the family, would not receive the care and even the benefits that they deserved. After all, every family was complicated. Zwa Xiaoduo did not want to use this kind of thing to test the humanity of a family. Therefore, he simply cut off Li Chenglong's words and used his own way to put an end to this matter. Perhaps his way of doing things came from the heart of a villain, but as the bloodline multiplied, after a few generations, the initial kinship would inevitably weaken. Zwa Xiaoduo did not want to see that kind of situation happen. Once it happened, there would be a lot of complications, and even how to deal with it would be a huge problem. Rather than this, it was better to cut off the roots from the beginning. Moreover, he also believed that the students would only care about the people closest to them if they were alive. This space is about to collapse. There is not much time left. Everyone, hurry up and heal your injuries. Then, as we move forward, we will gather the warriors of the astral souls to return to the team. Zwa Xiaoduo issued the order with a dignified bearing. Okay. This is. Hello, fellow students, hello, fellow bosses. Xiao Xiao's posture was very humble, and his face was full of flattery. My name is Xiao Xia, my ancestor is the heavenly king of the right. Everyone was speechless. They were a little surprised and a little shocked by the kid's identity, but they also had an inexplicable feeling. Your ancestor is the heavenly king of the right, and you are so anxious to say it. You are not an ancestor if you don't talk about it. It was a little despicable. They did not know that the little fatty's heart was like a mirror. This group of people did not care about his identity. As for sucking up to him, it seemed that they did not even need to think about it. However, if he did not reveal his identity, this group of people might not take him along to play. After all, his cultivation was too weak. Only by revealing his identity early on could his safety be guaranteed. Hello, Boss Li, Boss Yang, Boss Yu, Boss Li. Hello, fellow sisters-in-law, fellow students, brothers, everyone. Xiao Xia nodded and bowed, and greeted everyone, full of modesty. I am Zwa's little brother. If anyone has anything to say to me, when you go to Shangjing in the future, leave everything to me. Cough, cough, cough. I have a wife. I have a wife. Hee hee, don't worry, I definitely do not have any improper thoughts. They had arrived, but Xiao Xia still felt a little insecure. After all, there were so many beautiful female classmates here. Therefore, he quickly made his position clear. He was a man with a family. Otherwise, if he provoked the jealousy of some genius and got killed here because of this, it would be a great injustice. Not to mention the others, even Li Chenglong and Gao Qiao, were a little surprised. The two of them looked at little Fatty thoughtfully. This kid had a promising future. As a descendant of a heavenly king, he did not put on any airs at all. When he should be humble, he would be humble, and there was nothing he could not do to flatter. This kid would probably live for a long time. Everyone instantly got along well with each other. Then, they continued to gather people, and began to prepare to go out. Everyone knew that it was time to go out. Outside. The dazzling golden light slowly faded from the golden door, and an inexplicable chaotic aura gradually rose from it. The entire world began to tremble as well. The flood witch suddenly stood up. Let the experiencers inside come out immediately. The higher-ups of the 3 continents quickly set up a space passage to receive them. Okay. They were all peak experts working, and their efficiency was very high. In a very short time, the first passage had been set up. Flood, Golden Scale Wind Emperor, Left and Right Heavenly Kings, Celestial Emperor Zhai Xing, and a few people from the Tao League protected the passage directly through the golden door and extended in. The first to receive them was the Profound Returning Team. Because the Profound Returning Team had the least number of people who entered to train, it was naturally easier to receive them. Each family had 800 Profound Returning experts. As the number of people who came out, the higher-ups looked at each other and felt that it was about the same as their estimates. The Astral Souls continent, 800 people entered, and 630 people came out. The Umno Alliance continent, 800 people entered, and 645 people came out. The Tao League continent, 800 people entered, and 570 people came out. At the Profound Returning level, everyone was at the same level. Even if they fought desperately inside, there were not many who would die. Just from the number of people lost, it was completely obvious that these people were definitely fighting with their lives inside. The battle inside was definitely tragic to a certain extent. Otherwise, each family would not have lost more than 100 people, especially the Tao League, which lost more than 200 people. This was a huge number. Chapter 8:19. The faces of the higher-ups of the Tao League were slightly unsightly. After all, compared to the Astral Souls and the Umno Alliance, the number of people who came out of the Tao League was much lower. Moreover, among those who came out, many of them were in tatters from head to toe. There were even a few who were on their last breaths, as if they would not live for long. Those who could still maintain their high-spirited state were few and far between. As for the cultivators from the Umno Alliance and the Astral Souls, most of them were in high spirits. Up until the moment they came out, they were still in a state of mutual hostility. They were on guard against each other, and it seemed like a battle could break out at any moment. Humph. Daoist Yun from the Tao League snorted coldly and said, "Let's all rest." Then, both sides sent out their higher-ups. Each side sent out 30 experts of the Skysoar realm and above to put down all their storage equipment. Then, they were checked to make sure that there was nothing left on them. Then, they took the empty spatial rings that they pooled together and entered the returning mystery area through a spatial tunnel set up by a few peak almighties to search for the remaining treasures. 2 hours later, they flew out. Although it was only 2 hours, the efficiency of these higher-ups was extremely high. There were also plenty of people who entered. Moreover, they did it without any hesitation, as if they were overturning mountains one after another. The treasures that they collected filled their spatial rings to the brim. There were more than 200 spatial rings in total. The bountiful harvest was truly shocking. One had to know that although everyone had spatial rings on them, under normal circumstances, they would not be filled to the brim. However, the spatial rings that were selected to store the treasures all had a super large capacity. All the spatial rings were placed on a huge tray in front of the Flood Witch. She was the only person that the three continents trusted. Everyone would not be at ease if she placed them in front of others. Especially the Heavenly King of the Right from the Astral Souls and Daoist Yun from the Tao League. These two people were the most unscrupulous. The Flood Witch was the only one who was recognized by all the continents. The Flood Witch did not even bat an eye. Following which, the passage to the God reigning area was established, and the number of heads that came out this time made the upper echelons' expressions change. The battle in the Royal God region was much more intense than the Guixian region. Of the 1,200 Royal God realm experts that entered the Astral Souls, only 730 of them made it out alive. The Heavenly King of the Left felt like his heart was being stabbed by a knife. These were not ordinary God reigning realm masters. They were the geniuses of the God reigning realm. It could be said that once this group of people matured, every one of them had the potential to become a future leader. In this trial, they had lost 470 people, which was close to 40% of the total number of people. How could they not feel heartache? Of the 1,200 imperial gods that entered the Umno Alliance, 810 came out. This number was a few dozen more than the number of people in the Astral Souls mainland. The few grand shamans' faces were filled with heartache and pride. Sure enough, our Umno Alliance is still the strongest. However, the Heavenly King of the Left was not the only one who felt heartache and unhappiness. On the other side, Daoist Yun of the Tao League wanted to curse out loud. The Tao Alliance had also sent in 1,200 divinity reigning cultivators, but in the end, only 512 of them had emerged. They had lost 688 people. They had lost more than half of their men in battle. This kind of loss was too great, too unexpected. How come we have so few people? Daoist Yun was furious. Did the two of you team up in there? Bullshit. The star-plucking monarch and the Flood Witch shouted at the same time, "Shut up. I'll kill you if you keep talking nonsense." Daoist Yun fell silent. Even if the Astral Souls and the Tao League had teamed up, they would never team up with the Umno Alliance. If the Astral Souls and the Umno Alliance had teamed up, wouldn't it be like a mouse marrying a cat, or a wolf falling in love with a sheep? But why did they lose so many people? They were all Royal God reigning realm cultivators, so why was there such a huge gap in their combat strength? Daoist Yun felt like the Tao League's education was wrong. While the higher-ups of the three forces were looting the Royal God reigning realm, Daoist Yun asked about the situation, and was immediately rendered speechless. The reason why the Tao League had lost so many Royal God reigning realm cultivators was because the Royal God reigning realm cultivators of the Tao League had always thought that they were invincible. After entering the Tao League, they went around provoking others, wanting to rob anyone they saw. Many of them were killed for jumping out to rob others. They were simply seeking their own deaths. In the beginning, 2 Tao League Royal God reigning realm cultivators dared to rob 5 or 6 Astral Souls and Umno Alliance cultivators. This kind of confidence was simply courting death. Daoist Yun was completely speechless. When he returned, he had to strengthen the education in this area. After so many years of rarely fighting, Royal God reigning realm cultivators were treated like heroes in their respective realms. They all thought that they were the best in the world. But this was facing the Umno Alliance and Astral Souls. Who gave them such confidence? He was speechless. On the other hand, the Royal God reigning realm cultivators of the Umno Alliance and Astral Souls were all cultivators who had killed their way to the top. They were all very cautious and humble. This caused the Tao League to be targeted directly. Too arrogant. On the other side, the Jade Umno Alliance cultivators of the Astral Souls who came out were also cursing, the Tao League's Royal God reigning realm cultivators are a bunch of lunatics. They are all sanctimonious and think that they are the best in the world. They keep asking us to hand over the treasures, and even say that such treasures can only be obtained by those who are virtuous. Bah! Daoist Yun's forehead was filled with black lines. The ones who lost the most were the ones who had the least reason. They were speechless, unable to defend themselves. 3 hours later, the people who had entered the secret realm came out. This time, they had looted a total of 400 spatial rings. Right now, more than 600 spatial rings were placed on the stone tray. The Flood Witch was personally guarding them. Who would dare to snatch them? All the resources in the secret realm were inside. Whoever obtained them would instantly become the richest person in the world. However, if they dared to act rashly, they would have to cross the heavenly moat known as the Flood Witch. They would have to risk their lives. With such a heavenly moat, who would dare to try? Who would dare to try? Yu Dongtian looked at the tray with the spatial rings and swallowed his saliva. Fuck, these are the ruins found in the astral souls, and they actually want to split them equally. He was really unhappy. If all of these were given to the astral souls, there would be at least a few more Skysoar realm cultivators. But now, they had to split them equally. Fuck. He was really unhappy. He really wanted to steal one or two of them, but he didn't dare to. The passage for the Cloud Transformation Realm cultivators had been opened. The first batch of people to come out was the people from the astral souls. This time, 3,000 Cloud Transformation Realm cultivators from the astral souls had entered the secret realm. The Zhuxiaoyan was dressed in a snow-white robe as she led the group out. The 3,000 Cloud Transformation Realm cultivators that entered were now 2,643 people from the astral souls. They lined up neatly and bowed to the higher-ups. The Heavenly King of the Left, Yun Zhonghu, was overjoyed when he saw this. Out of 3,000 people, 2,643 had come out. Only 10% of them had died. Furthermore, he could tell that these people had retracted their divine energy. Compared to when they first entered, their auras were more than twice as strong. The training in the Cloud Transformation Realm this time was very successful. It was an unexpected success. The Heavenly King of the Left was so happy that his mouth was about to split open. Everyone, find a place to rest. Remember not to get separated. You still have to hand over your gains later. The Flood Witch and the Great Shaman looked at the Zhuxiaoyan at the same time. The Great Shaman couldn't help but sigh. He transmitted his voice, "Boss, the Ice Soul has recognized her as its master." The Flood Witch glanced at him and said, "So what?" The Great Shaman took a deep breath and said, "That means we can't keep this girl." The Flood Witch said indifferently, "This is the daughter of the Zhuo family. Didn't you hear the agreement?" The Great Shaman transmitted his voice, "Of course we can do it secretly." "Boss, the Ice Soul recognizing her as its master is too serious. If we don't get rid of this girl, she will become a big problem in the future." The Flood Witch said indifferently, "The Umno Alliance will not break the agreement." "But..." The Flood Witch rolled her eyes and said, "No buts. If you break the agreement, I will kill you with my hammer." The Great Shaman was dumbfounded. "What did I say? I don't think I said anything wrong. Boss is going through menopause now. She will kill anyone for no reason. I know you dare and you will do it. I won't say it anymore, okay? I shouldn't have stayed. I should have let Bing Ming stay and let him piss you off." "Piss you off? Not only does he dare, he will definitely piss you off, you old bastard." After the Cloud Transformation Realm cultivators from the Astral Souls continent left, the Cloud Transformation Realm warriors from the Umno Alliance also came out. But as soon as they came out, everyone was shocked. Not only were the higher-ups of the Umno Alliance shocked, but also the higher-ups of the Tao League and the Astral Souls continent. The Umno Alliance entered 3,000 Cloud Transformation Realm Warriors and came out. 1,608. Where are the others? The Great Shaman was furious. 3,000 entered, but less than 1,700 came out. Where are the others? Where did they go? The Great Shaman knew that the others wouldn't slack off in such a critical situation, and it was impossible for so many people to break the rules. He had guessed the truth. But he still had a sliver of hope. However, reality was reality. No matter how cruel it was still reality. A Huayan from the Wizard Alliance held one of his arms in his hands and one of his eyes was covered with a black cloth. He said miserably, "They were all killed. They were all killed." The other side was even more miserable. Daoist Yun almost rushed up. "Where are they?" "Dead. All dead. All killed." One of the Dao League Cloud Transformation Realm Warriors' lips were trembling, and he couldn't speak. Daoist Yun was stunned. 3,000 entered, but only 1,354 came out. What the hell? We lost 1,600. More than half of the Umno Alliance's warriors came out. Our Dao Alliance has actually lost more than half of our forces. Who killed them? Daoist Yun roared in anger. That white-clothed woman. One of the Dao League Cloud Transformation Realm Warriors pointed at the white-clothed Swaxiaonian from the Astral Souls continent angrily. Too cruel. No one survived her sword. Chapter 820. Bitch. Daoist Yun cursed, but he immediately shut his mouth. His gaze was fixed on Swaxiaonian. He recognized Swaxiaonian. She was the daughter of that man with the surname Zhua. However, this woman looked as cold as ice. Why was her murderous nature so strong? Moreover, her strength was not as simple as being the best among her peers. She was at least 2 levels above her peers to achieve such results. Daoist Yun suddenly had an uncontrollable thought. This woman must not be left alive. She would become a huge threat if she was left alive. The Astral Souls continent had the Sky Surveyor throne and the Emperor Zhai Xing. There were already too many of them. There could not be any more peak existences. A few thousand meters away, Swaxiaonian felt as if her heart was being clenched by someone. She immediately shuddered. Humph. Before the Emperor Zhai Xing and the left and right heavenly kings could make a move, they heard a cold snort. Daoist Yun's divine sense was immediately dispersed. The Flood Witch turned around and looked at Daoist Yun's face. She asked calmly, "What are you doing?" Daoist Yun was shocked by the concentrated divine sense from her cold snort. His face flushed red. He said angrily, "The Flood Witch, what are you doing?" The Flood Witch sneered, "I'm protecting fairness." "What fairness?" Daoist Yun shouted. It's already been stated that everyone who enters is responsible for their own life and death. The Flood Witch said calmly, "No one is allowed to interfere. After the trial is over, no one is allowed to take revenge. This was agreed upon in advance. It's fairness." Daoist Yun took a deep breath and said through gritted teeth, Of course, of course." He turned around and did not say anything else. However, the murderous intent in his heart grew stronger. He could feel that with this woman's strength and cultivation that could suppress all the geniuses of this generation, all the geniuses at the same level as her would be overshadowed by her presence and lose their will to fight. With this kind of pressure, as time passed, it would naturally form a phenomenon of fate gathering and plundering. All the fates of the same level would be diverted and used by her. Because of her, everyone's confidence would be affected. When confidence was affected, it would directly affect one's combat strength. Naturally, it would affect the direction of one's fate. This point, in this world, was no longer within the scope of metaphysics. It was also a realistic path of human affairs. High-level figures could completely see and even experience things, just like the Great Flood shaman from before. After the flood, which was publicly acknowledged as the #1 expert, almost no one at Daoist Yun's level could go any further. Because in your heart, you were already convinced. Since you were convinced, what was the point? Perhaps that there was only one person who was not convinced. He had never been convinced even after repeated defeats. And that person's current achievements had already surpassed everyone else. The higher-ups sent out a group of people to search the Huayan area. 3 hours later, they came out with another 300 interspatial rings. As time went by, it became easier to search for treasures. Because this space was about to collapse, the mountains and earth veins inside were gradually in a state of loosening. A group of powerful figures who were far beyond the upper limit of what they could withstand were flattened all the way. It was basically no different from directly picking up the treasures. However, there were many loopholes, and those that could not be found could only be left to be destroyed along with the collapse of the space. Then, it was the last nascent soul area. Just like before, the passageway opened, but for some reason, the higher-ups of the Umno Alliance and the Dao League all looked gloomy. Everyone had the same bad premonition in their hearts. The trial takers came out. It was still the people from the Astral Souls continent who came out first. Seeing Zhuo Xiaoduo in front of them, who was dressed in rags and seemed to have been bullied, the left and right heavenly kings were almost relieved at the same time. As long as this treasure came out, everything would be fine. But why did he look so miserable? Could it be that with this kid's cultivation, there was someone who could bully him here? This doesn't seem right. As they continued to look, everyone was speechless. Behind Zhuo Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong was so weak that he couldn't walk. His face was pale and he had to rely on Xiang Bing to support him. Yu Yan was unconscious in Li Zhangming's arms. Li Zhangming also trembled with every step he took. Duke Yan was unconscious in Yu Moyan's arms. Looking at them, they were all covered in wounds, like wounded soldiers who had just come back from the battlefield. Moreover, they were full of wounded soldiers. None of them were uninjured. The wandering hero came out with a bloody nose and a swollen face. His whole body looked like it had been torn apart. After he came out, he actually choked with sobs. Ancestor. I came out alive. Yu Dongtian looked at the horizon with an expressionless face. This embarrassing little fatty has nothing to do with me. Then, an endless stream of nascent soul warriors from the Astral Souls continent came out. Every one of them looked miserable and unbearable to look at. From the beginning to the end, not a single one of them was intact. Everyone looked like they had been seriously injured. There were a total of 3,000 nascent soul warriors from the Astral Souls continent. When they saw the miserable state of the people, the left and right heavenly kings were already mentally prepared to lose more than half of them. However, although the people who came out were all miserable, the number of people seemed to be unexpectedly high. The number of people who came out had already exceeded 2,000, and there was still an endless stream of people coming out. 2,300. And there was still an endless stream of people. 2,500. Until they came out. 2,798 people. Seeing so many people coming out, the left and right heavenly kings were overjoyed. 2,798 people. This was almost equivalent to no casualties. The casualties were actually less than 10%. Although they all looked miserable, they were fine as long as they didn't die. Moreover, the cultivation of these people who came out seemed to have reached the peak of the nascent soul realm. Not bad, not bad. This experience was worth it. The higher-ups of the Umno Alliance and the Dao League heaved a sigh of relief. The Astral Souls continent lost so few people, which meant that they didn't lose many people either. Everyone was of the same level. If there was a battle, the casualties would be about the same. Moreover, looking at the situation of the Astral Souls continent, they probably formed an alliance with the other side. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in such a miserable state. The people who came out were the people from the Tao League. Taoist Yun looked on with anticipation. 300, 500, 700 and 800 people came out. And there was no more. 803. Taoist Yun's face darkened. Where are they? The people who came out next were the people from the Umno Alliance. 3,000 people from the Tao League entered, and only 800 people came out. Taoist Yun was furious. He came to the front of the group and shouted, "Where are the others?" "Dead. All killed." This. Taoist Yun felt his vision going dark. All dead. Most of our space rings were stolen. A nascent soul stage cultivator cried out. A nascent soul transformation cultivator who came out complained tearfully, "A total of 803 of us came out, and those who still have spatial rings don't exceed 500. The others were all robbed." Taoist Yun and the others widened their eyes. Everyone looked at them. Indeed, some of them didn't have space rings on their hands. Who did this? Who dares to do this? Taoist Yun was furious. The other higher-ups of the Tao League were also furious. This was too despicable. They even dared to rob them and took all their space rings. Sua Xiao Duo. The nascent soul stage cultivator from the Tao League didn't care about his face anymore. He pointed and shouted, "It's that Sua Xiao Duo and the people from the Hidden Dragon High School." Sua Xiao Duo brought the people from the Hidden Dragon High School and surrounded us. As long as we met them, they ordered them to hand over their space rings before they attacked. They didn't have to die. But once they attacked, they took their lives, their rings, and their weapons. Too tragic. Too tragic. This person wailed. His heart of a cultivator was shaken. The students from the Hidden Dragon High School are a bunch of bandits and hooligans. When we met the Cloud Ancestor Dragon and the army's nascent soul stage cultivators, even if we couldn't beat them, we could still retreat. But when we met the people from the Hidden Dragon High School, they had a lot of people. One group was fighting, another group was watching, and another group was lying in ambush. They even have teams that specialize in cleaning up the battlefield, creating traps, and collecting the spoils of war. This kind of robbery is everywhere. The Hidden Dragon High School is a bunch of hooligans. They run around everywhere. Sometimes, when we fought with the Umno Alliance, they would lie in ambush. When both sides were injured, they would rush out and rob from both sides. "Ancestor, please help us." The higher-ups of the 3 continents looked at each other. Everyone was speechless. Even the higher-ups of the astral souls were the same. They were all speechless. This matter. How should they explain it? How should they settle it? Could they blame the martial artists from the astral souls, the students from the Hidden Dragon High School, and even Sua Xiaoduo himself? They shouldn't have done this and shouldn't have been so ruthless. They couldn't say this either. Taoist Yun and the higher-ups of the Tao League looked at the nascent soul stage cultivators from the astral souls with murderous eyes. Looking at the beggars' clothes over there, they really wanted to kill them. "You guys were so hooligans in there, how could you come out and pretend to be like this?" The king of Swulu also turned his head and saw that Sua Xiao Duo and the others were looking at him with grief and indignation, as if they were waiting for him to uphold justice for them. We were bullied. Everyone's eyes were filled with grief and indignation. It was so vivid. The king of Swulu quickly turned his head back. "Damn it, I shouldn't have looked at them. I almost laughed out loud that these people are from the Hidden Dragon High School. Looks like I have to change the name of the Hidden Dragon High School in the future. The Hidden Dragon High School of Performing Arts. Chapter 821. Zhuo Xiaoduo glanced at Daoist Yun from the corner of his eyes. This old bastard is looking for death. He actually scolded my wife. However, I can't deal with him now. When I'm stronger, I'll settle the score with him. Did Master Zhuo give you face? Master Zhuo is too weak now, so I have to give you face. However, when I can defeat you, I'll say this again. I'll say it in front of you, not in my heart. I'll say it openly in front of the world. On the other side, the Umno Alliance's team had also come out. The Umno Alliance's higher-ups, including the Wind Emperor and the Golden Scale Grand Shaman, were all dumbfounded. They were just gloating over the Dao League's misfortune, but now. Alright, it was better than the Dao League. The number of people was still a lot more. The Umno Alliance's 3,000 nascent soul transformation experts had come out. 888 people. Compared to the Dao League, there were more than 80 people. It was a little less than 100 people. This number was really auspicious. My ass. Moreover, this group of people looked even more miserable than Zhuo Xiaoduo, much more miserable. What's going on? Umno Alliance's higher-up asked. Inside, Shahai was crying. Gone. Many people were killed by Zhuo Xiaoduo. We were also robbed by Zhuo Xiaoduo. That Zhuo Xiaoduo brought people from the Hidden Dragon High Martial School and ambushed everywhere. They robbed whoever they saw. They were crazier than a mad dog and more ferocious than a hungry wolf. It was a massacre. We stopped attacking people from the astral souls. But they still refused to let us go. Shut up. In the sky, the Golden Scale Grand Shaman was speechless. You're really embarrassing me. Shahai shut his mouth. Continue. The Wind Emperor looked at the Golden Scale Grand Shaman. You idiot, it's fine if you don't say anything. No one will think of you. Now that you're speaking, aren't you telling others that you're related to the crying weakling below? It's all Zhuo Xiaoduo's fault. It was all Zhuo Xiaoduo's doing. Zhuo Xiaoduo and the people from Hidden Dragon High are clearly a bunch of hooligans. They run around everywhere and attack whoever they catch. As long as they are not from the Astral Souls continent, they won't let anyone go. Too ruthless. Too ruthless. Shahai's lips trembled. I was robbed by Zhuo Xiaoduo 4 times. I was robbed 4 times. They too. They just got the ring and found a batch of good things to put in, but they were robbed on time. We have 888 people. Only 300 of us still have our rings. That's because we haven't met Zhuo Xiaoduo yet. We're extremely lucky. As long as we meet this bastard, we'll skin him alive. Shahai raised his head and cried out in grief and indignation, Patriarch, you have to uphold justice for us. The golden-scaled great wizard was so angry that his entire body trembled. Such a shameful thing. Why did you call me? But now, everyone's goal was finally clear. Zhuo Xiaoduo. The Dao League was complaining about Zhuo Xiaoduo, and the Umno Alliance was also complaining about Zhuo Xiaoduo, the biggest culprit. The Umno Alliance and the Dao League's high-ranking officials also focused their fierce gazes on this kid. Even the Flood Witch turned to look at him with displeasure in her eyes. I remember, I warned you. You brat, you actually killed one of them and made him suffer a crushing defeat. Are you looking down on me? Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't go into the crowd. He had already shrunk his weak little body behind the king of Zhuolu, looking left and right calmly. I'm hurt, you have to protect me. You said that you would help me. Words are like the wind, and your words carry weight. I'm counting on you. The atmosphere at the scene was dead silent, as if it had solidified. The Flood Witch's gaze fell on the King of Swaloo. The King of Swaloo's face was a little pale. Little junior brother, I did say that I would help you, but if this old thing really goes crazy, I won't be able to handle it. That I really want to throw this kid out. The pressure is too great. Xiao Duo naturally didn't know that the great King of Swaloo couldn't handle it. He was now hiding behind Yun Zhonghu and felt very safe. Sure enough, it was good to have a backer. In the Astral Soul's mainland god reigning team, Qin Fangyang was dumbfounded. From the looks of it, these guys gained much more than me. I wanted to use the things I'd snatched to gather these little guys, then give them things, give them benefits, and enjoy everyone's admiring gazes. I thought that I could at least hear a few cheers like, "Teacher Qin is so awesome." But now that after a long time, the Flood Witch finally retracted her gaze and coughed. Everyone, return to your teams. After all, she had said earlier that the opportunities inside were determined by the heavens, and life and death were their own responsibility. After coming out, no one was allowed to take revenge. If you were killed or robbed, you could only blame yourself for not having the ability. That everyone was originally on opposing sides. If they were ruthless and even ruthless, there was really no room for criticism. It was just that the number of people who were killed and robbed this time was really a little too much. The Umno Alliance had lost 2,112 people, and the Dao League had lost 2,197 people. The rings in the hands of the remaining people added up weren't enough for each person. In other words, more than 5,000 rings had been robbed. How could the disaster be so serious that everyone waited quietly? 3 hours later, the people who had gone in to loot also came out with strange expressions. They took out 50 rings worth of items. All the higher-ups were dumbfounded. What's going on? Are there so few treasures in the nascent soul area? After the Guixian area was done, 232 full interspatial rings were taken out. After the spirit control area was done, 413 full interspatial rings were taken out. After the Huayun area was done, 308 interspatial rings were taken out. The nascent soul area was awesome. But only 49 interspatial rings were taken out. 49 interspatial rings. This gap was a little too obvious, wasn't it? Cough cough, the mountains in the nascent soul area are looser than other areas. No, it's much looser. A higher-up of the astral souls who had entered had a look of disbelief on his face. What do you mean looser? A higher-up of the Umno Alliance said discontentedly, it's obvious that the mountains have been dug up. In the past, I thought that digging 3 feet into the ground was an adjective, but today, that's not enough to describe it. The King of Swaloo said lightly, it's just a sign that the space is about to collapse. The lifespan of this space is about to end. As time goes on, the signs of collapse will only become more obvious and faster. You're the last to enter the area, so what's wrong with having so little harvest? To put it bluntly, even if you and I went in, even if the Flood Witch went in, would we know what's buried under the soil? Digging up the soil, digging up the mountains, and trying our luck, what does that mean? The golden-scaled witch said lightly, Yun Zhonghu, there's clearly something wrong with this nascent soul area. Even if you deny it, it won't change anything. The King of Swaloo narrowed his eyes and said lightly, fate is determined by the heavens, and life and death are our own responsibility. Once we come out, we won't investigate. So what if there's a problem? It's still a matter of fate. The golden-scaled witch snorted. Taoist Yun said angrily, I request that you check Xiaoduo's space ring. The King of Swaloo was furious. He pointed at him and scolded, what do you mean, Taoist Yun? What right do you have to check the space rings of the astral souls cultivators? What? I even suspect that the Tao Alliance committed mass suicide to frame us, and the rest of the people collected a large number of space rings to frame us. Taoist Yun was so angry that his mouth was floating. We committed suicide to frame you. We're in an alliance. The king of Swaloo sneered, so you still know that we're in an alliance. Taoist Yun said, the reality now is that your people killed our people. They're too ruthless. They don't deserve to be sons, they don't deserve to be sons. The king of Swaloo didn't budge an inch. Ask your people, have they not killed our people? Taoist Yun, why are the officials allowed to set fires, but not the common people? What do you mean? Or is this what you mean? Yu Dongtian crossed his arms and said, this double standard is really strange. Taoist Yun, you're actually talking about the alliance. The Umno Alliance didn't say anything, but you're anxious. What are you anxious about? Taoist Yun almost vomited blood. The Umno Alliance. That's right, why didn't the Umno Alliance say anything? The Golden-Scaled Witch and the Wind Emperor looked at Yu Dongtian with a strange feeling in their hearts. Who said that we didn't say anything? The moment we came out, you two were arguing. Did you give us a chance to speak? The nascent soul of the Umno Alliance and the Tao League didn't return to the team. As for the space rings that were found in the nascent soul space, 49 of them, were placed alone next to the big pile. It looked like a small sand dune next to the big mountain. It was really pitiful. The Wind Emperor was also full of anger. He said, take out your space rings and let me see what you've gained. He gave the order to the 800 people of the Umno Alliance. With a crash, a pile of space rings was placed next to everyone who still had them. The Wind Emperor was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. There were a few people who still had a few space rings that they had snatched. However, when it came to the treasures that they had gained, the high-grade ones were pitifully few. Basically, they were just some ordinary things. However, his cultivation had improved significantly after this round of training, but it was obviously not worth the price of the ticket. Not to mention that there were so many empty-handed people who just stood there blankly after hearing the order. These people even snatched the space rings that Chu Chu had brought in. Among these empty-handed people, there was also Shanghai. This result made the Golden-Scaled Witch so angry that his nose was crooked. It was so embarrassing. Under the gaze of the old ancestor, Shanghai didn't even have a place to put his hands. He lowered his head and felt so ashamed that he couldn't show his face. I was the last one to come out and had already gathered that I had already seen the big group of people gathering. So a Xiao Duo found me, then intercepted me and snatched the last one. Only you have a gold medal. This makes me so unhappy. Hand over the rest of your things. At that time, Shanghai was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 822. Now, facing the elder ancestor's murderous gaze, Shanghai panicked. I really didn't do it on purpose. So a Xiao Duo is obviously targeting me, elder ancestor. But he obviously couldn't say these words. Once he did, Shanghai reckoned that the elder ancestor would slap him to death. Can you be any more embarrassing? On the other side, the Tao League was also doing the same thing. Their faces were dark, and they were almost unable to suppress their irritable aura. Originally, there was no need to do this, but at the level of soul transformation, the losses were too great, and the looting was too great. Those at Huayun stage were only killed and not looted. But at the level of soul transformation, not only were they killed, they were looted as if the enemy army was passing by. Looking at the loot, Taoist Yun's face turned green. There were dozens of people who had rings on their hands, but they didn't have anything. After asking around, it turned out that they were chased by Zhou Xiao Duo and the Hidden Dragon High School students, so they threw away all the things in their spatial rings. They threw them out as they ran, all for the sake of survival. As for Zhou Xiao Duo and the rest, they didn't continue to chase after them. They focused on picking up the items and checking their loot. The leader of the Dao League looked embarrassed. Daoist Yun trembled and said angrily, "What a scandal! What a scandal!" Yu Dongtian and Yun Zhonghu felt the same way. Yu Dongtian pretended to persuade him, "It's good that the children went in to train and achieved the effect of the training. At least, the children know how to survive in this kind of situation in the future. This is also a reward. Don't be angry. Gain. I don't want such a gain." Yun Zhonghu coughed and said, "Look at these children on our side, they were all badly beaten up by your people." Yun Zhonghu. Daoist Yun said angrily, "Do you mean that we have to compensate your children? Don't you feel guilty when you say this?" The king of Zhuolu said angrily, "I mean that both sides suffered losses. This is actually quite normal." It was normal. Daoist Yun felt a lump in his throat and angrily said, "I want to see the harvest of the astral souls." Yu Dongtian snorted, "Why? How many times do you want me to repeat myself? You're not a son, not a son." Daoist Yun's face turned blue. He had always been the one to criticize others for not behaving like a son. This time, someone else actually did the same to him. It was like pouring all the water from the 5 lakes, 4 seas, and 3 rivers to wash away the shame on his face. Above, the golden-scaled great shaman came down with his hands behind his back and said, "Fate is decided by the heavens, life and death is one's own responsibility. Once you come out, there will be no further investigation. This is the rule and the final conclusion." He said indifferently, "However, I believe that letting astral souls show off their harvest will be a spur to both sides. I'm just showing off my harvest. At least in my opinion, it's nothing much." He looked at Monarch Heart-Picking and asked amiably, "What did you say?" Emperor Zhai Xing took a deep breath and said, "Light it up. Just to light it up." He thought to himself, "It's not a bad idea to use this opportunity to raise our morale. Besides, they already showed off their harvest to us 2 times in advance. It doesn't seem right to say that they didn't show off their harvest now." The golden-scaled shaman said, "That's right, I promise. It's just to light it up. Once it's lit up, everyone will be at ease." At the top, the Flood Witch looked down and didn't say a word. The golden-scaled shaman is generous. "Let's light it up then." Emperor Zhai Xing agreed. He had no choice but to agree. The Dao League and the Umno Alliance were obviously mad. Thus, the Astral Soul's soul transformation cultivators stood in a few rows and began to show off their harvest. Under this light, it was a dazzling array of items. Especially Li Chenglong, Yu Moyan, Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, Li Zhangming, Long Yuxing, Meng Zhangjun, Wan Lixiu, and the others. Among them, the most unique one, Gao Qiao, although the items she showed weren't of high quality, there were hundreds of interspatial rings in her hands. It was almost like a mountain piled up from the ground. Just the interspatial rings were almost above Gao Qiao's calves. Gao Qiao was also dumbfounded. "I didn't expect it to be like this. But I have too many things on hand. Zhuo's harvest from the first few days is still with me. I have nowhere to hide it. During this period of time, when I was free, I even deciphered the rings and wanted to organize a batch of them. Now, all of a sudden, it seems to be several times more than Li Chenglong, who has the most." The eyes of all the higher-ups of the Astral Souls, the Dao League, and the Umno Alliance turned to Gao Qiao. This girl looks like her cultivation level is ordinary. TSK, her killing intent is quite strong. She actually killed so many of us. Only Swashao duo. Everyone was speechless when they saw Swashao was harvest. 7 or 8 interspatial rings and some worthless herbs that he didn't even bother to pick up. This is your harvest. This is the harvest of a bandit like you. Who are you trying to fool? The most ridiculous thing was that there were also a few pieces of fragrant demon beast meat. Also, among those things, there was only a sword. There was nothing else that belonged to Swashao duo. Oh, that's not it either. There were also a few books. On how to get along with interpersonal relationships, cultivators' self-cultivation, war and military theory, on the severe situation of the astral souls continent, and many other professional books. Taoist Yun's face darkened as he flipped through them, revealing the following web novels: The Evil Prince of a Strange World, I Am the Supreme, The 9 Heavens, The Legend of Ling Tian, The Realm of the Heavens. What was even more ridiculous was that these books were all written by the same person. How strange. What is this? Taoist Yun's eyes widened. These are novels written by the author that I admire the most. They're really good. Swashao duo excitedly introduced, these books are really enjoyable. I've read every one of them many times. Every time I read them, I gain new insights. There's an ancient saying, sit and comprehend the Tao. I comprehend the Tao through reading. This author not only writes well, but his writing style is also very good. His words are meaningful and thought-provoking. Oh right, this person is especially handsome. He's almost as handsome as me. Can you imagine how handsome he is? His writing style is especially sincere. I suggest you take a look too. Who knows, you might be enlightened and have a breakthrough after reading these books. Swashao duo suggested to Taoist Yun, I sincerely recommend you take a look. Even if we don't talk about other things, there's a lot of wisdom in these books. There's also a lot of patriotism. You young people in the Tao League should be promoted. Taoist Yun's face turned black. I won't read this kind of stupid book. Swashao duo looked at Taoist Yun sympathetically. The opportunity was right in front of you, but you missed it. Although you won't read it, you can't say that. Sigh. I'm afraid you're finished. The last sentence was said very softly. That's all you got. What about the rest? Everyone was flipping through Swashao's loot. Who are you trying to fool? You must have other storage equipment. Taoist Yun said. You can search if you don't believe me. Swashao duo patted his clothes and opened his arms. I only have that one space ring. I don't have anything else. You're lying. In the Umno Alliance, Shahai shouted himself hoarse, you're just robbing me. So be it. Before he could finish, he was stopped by the golden-scaled great shaman's sharp gaze. What a disgrace. The golden-scaled great shaman took a step forward and looked carefully at Swashao's fingers. There was indeed no ring. But why did he feel that something was wrong? Swashao's loot couldn't be so little. Faintly, there was a familiar smell. Whose smell was it? The golden-scaled great shaman didn't know anything about the godson and the father, so he didn't think in that direction at all. If the Inferno Great Shaman, Dan Kong Great Shaman, and Deep Ice Great Shaman were here, they would probably figure it out immediately. Because they knew that the Flood Witch's life ring was in this kid's hands. They had seen the video, so how could they not know? But the golden-scaled Great Shaman didn't know, so he was full of doubts. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't say it. He couldn't understand what was wrong. At this moment, there was a cough from above. Cough! The Flood Witch stood up with her hands behind her back, her face red. At this moment, the Flood Witch was actually speechless. Show them. With that little bastard's personality, how could he show them all the good things he got? My space ring alone can fill all of them. Not to mention that the kid has the void extermination pagoda. But the Flood Witch couldn't say this. No matter what, no matter how selfish she was, no matter how far-sighted she was, no matter how. But what she did now was more or less suspected of helping the enemy. But now, this kid seemed to have gone too far. He actually hid all of it. How distrustful was he of these people? You should at least show us some of it. How could we rob you? Where's the stuff? Taoist Yun looked at Sua Xiao Duo. What stuff? I didn't rob them. Sua Xiao Duo said in an extremely wrong tone, I only got this little bit. It's all here. You can't slander me like this. I'm inside, I'm law-abiding, kind to others, trembling with fear, sweeping the floor for fear of hurting the lives of ants. Enough. The Flood Witch stood up. Have you seen enough? If you've seen enough, then keep it. She made the final decision. Taoist Yun and the golden-scaled great shaman both wanted to ask Sua Xiao Duo more. This kid must have another storage space, that much was certain. Taoist Yun still felt unreconciled. After all, the Dao League was really too miserable this time. But when the golden-scaled great shaman heard the Flood Witch's voice, it was as if he was suddenly enlightened. Fuck, boss is aura. What the fuck? He immediately understood, looks like boss has made some arrangements. I'm going to get to the bottom of this, but I don't want to ruin boss's plans. Then, I'll be in deep trouble. At this thought. No need to look anymore. The golden-scaled great shaman hurriedly said, keep it all. Fate is decided by the heavens, life and death is your own responsibility. Once you leave this place, you won't be investigated. This is the rule, everyone has to abide by it. Then, he turned and glared at Taoist Yun. Do you have any other questions, Taoist Yun? Taoist Yun immediately fell into a state of confusion. This wasn't right. Was the Astral Souls continent an alliance with the Dao League continent? Or an alliance with the Umno Alliance continent? Why do I feel like I'm being targeted by two continents? Logically speaking, these two continents shouldn't be in an alliance. Chapter 823. Sua Xiao Duo. Sha Hai yelled. After thinking about it, he still felt that he had suffered a loss. This loss really made him unable to rest in peace. Sua Xiao Duo had gone too far. Just you wait. My brothers didn't come this time. Just you wait. Sha Hai gritted his teeth. Now that he had someone to back him up, he was safe. He could finally say a few harsh words. Sua Xiao Duo also gritted his teeth. Sha Hai, just you wait. I didn't rob you at all. Your great shaman threatened me from the beginning. If I dared to do anything, he would target my parents. How could I dare to do anything to you? You slandered me like this. You are guilty of a great crime. You are confusing right and wrong. Just you wait. I, Sua Xiao Duo, swear that I will not let you go. Bah. Sua Xiao Duo spat a mouthful of saliva. He yelled like he had been wronged. Is this how the Umno Alliance slander others? Making things out of nothing, calling a deer a horse, confusing right and wrong. Oh God. Open your eyes. I don't steal, I don't rob, and I don't oppose the ruling party. How could I be called a rogue robber? Sha Hai, in this life, you and I are absolutely irreconcilable. Sua Xiao Duo yelled in grief and indignation. He thought that he had indeed been threatened by the great shaman. Suddenly, he felt so wrong that he was about to cry. I'm already like this. What else do you want? The great shaman was furious. He slapped Sha Hai and shut him up. What were you doing earlier? Now you are like a fucking dog, barking just because there is an old man here. You are embarrassing me. Fuck, Duo, you actually dared to drag me into this. Do you think I came here willingly? It was Boss Flood's order. He is the culprit. On the other side, the king of Swolu was speechless. Little junior brother. You can speak with such grief and indignation. If I didn't know your character, I would have believed you. After that, Duo and the others were ordered to return to the camp. Goodbye, Zwa. Goodbye, Boss Lee. Goodbye, Boss Yu. Goodbye, Boss Long. Goodbye, brothers. Goodbye, sisters-in-law. Goodbye, beauties. Goodbye, classmates. When you reach Shangjing, you must come and play with me. I'll take care of everything. I'm not bragging. I'm quite influential in Shangjing. The ranger reluctantly bid farewell to each of them. He really couldn't bear to leave. The days he had spent in there were simply too satisfying. He could rob whoever he wanted, kill whoever he wanted, and bully however he wanted. It felt so good. When she returned to Shangjing, how could she have such a life? Even though their family background was impressive, they still needed to behave themselves. If anything went wrong, the old ancestor would order people to come back and beat them up. That I really don't want to go back. But Xian Yi is still waiting for me. Sigh, if it wasn't for Xian Yi, I would have gone to the Hidden Dragon Empire and stayed with Zua. Where else would he be able to find such a good life just by doing odd jobs and sucking up to others? The Heavenly King of the Right's ears perked up as he listened to the fatty's farewell. He couldn't help but have some thoughts in his heart. This little shrimp seems to be quite close with Zhuo Duo and the others. Should I focus on developing him? The team of soul transformation cultivators quickly retreated. After all, they were just small characters. No matter how talented and outstanding they were still soul transformation cultivators. Although this group of geniuses would probably advance to the cloud transformation realm soon after they left. However, in terms of the actual situation, it was still useless and had nothing to do with the main goal. However, the King of Swolu and the Heavenly King of the Right, as well as the higher-ups of the 4 armies who stayed behind, were all excited. The reason for their excitement was because of these soul transformation cultivators. Forget about the others, those casual cultivators, the warriors from various departments, and the soul transformation cultivators in the army were really unable to do much. After all, they were old. Even though they had improved a lot this time, these people were at least 40 or 50 years old. Some of the older ones were already over 100 years old. Even if he had a bright future ahead of him, it would still be very limited in comparison. But this group of soul transformation cultivators was different. Most of them were only in their early 20s. Yes, except for a few, the rest were all in their early 20s. The oldest was only 21 or 22 years old. This was simply seeds. Genuine seedlings of powerhouses, soul transformation cultivators in their early 20s. And there were more than 2,000 soul transformation cultivators in their early 20s. This was definitely the hope of the astral souls in the future. This was something that had to be protected. Next was the division of the spoils of war. Guixian District, 232, Spirit Control District, 413, Cloud Transformation District, 309, Soul Transformation District, 49. In total, 1,008 pieces. They were all in a mess and piled together. According to the usual practice, the landlord takes first. The Flood Witch's face was calm. Yu Dongtian stepped forward and according to the usual practice, took 34% of the share, which was 342 pieces. The Dao League stepped forward and took 33%, which was 332 pieces. Similarly, the Umno Alliance also took 332 pieces. In this way, a total of 1,006 rings had been distributed, and there were still 2 pieces left. According to the usual practice, the landlord takes the surplus unequally. The Flood Witch said. Yu Dongtian stepped forward and took 2 pieces. The No Alliance has 332 pieces. Yu Dongtian, you can take 33 pieces. The Flood Witch's face was calm. This is what Lai Hua and Bing Ming lost to you. Yu Dongtian rubbed his hands. Ha ha ha, how can I? Although he was modest, he quickly stepped forward and took 33 pieces. He didn't dare to take more. This was the No Alliance accepting defeat. If he dared to take advantage of the situation and then pretend to be obedient, the Flood Witch would probably fly into a rage on the spot, and he wouldn't be able to say anything. After all, this time, the astral souls had already taken advantage of the situation. However, he didn't dare to take less. With the Flood Witch here, he would probably be beaten up if he took less. Are you looking down on the No Alliance? At this point, the loot from the ruins had been distributed, and it had come to an end. At this moment, the golden door in the air had become mottled. Vaguely, a terrifying aura was gradually rising from the golden door, as if it had broken free from some shackles. Without needing any orders, the higher-ups of the 3 continents who had sensed that something was wrong immediately swept everyone up and retreated hundreds of miles away. When facing an unknown object, temporarily avoiding it was always the first choice. Then, an earth-shattering sound was heard. A gray cloud of chaos suddenly rose into the air and rushed toward the sky. In the blink of an eye, all the mountains under the Crown Prince's Academy disappeared. Only a gigantic crater with a radius of about 3,000 miles was left. The crater was bottomless, and white fog was rising from it. At this moment, the faint sound of water could be heard from the bottom. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. It seemed that this place was going to become a gigantic lake from now on. However, what kind of influence had caused this? The Flood Witch raised her head and looked at the space of chaos that had disappeared without a trace. She sighed silently in her heart. I finally remembered what I had forgotten. It was the mysterious space in the Crown Prince's Academy. When she had gone in to train, she had been repeatedly ordered not to go near it, so she had never gone near it. But now, it seemed that it was somewhat extraordinary. The Crown Prince's Academy had collapsed, but that space could still soar into the sky. The Flood Witch vaguely felt that she had missed a great opportunity. She was at a loss. However, during these 2 months of training, the Flood Witch had discovered something else. Her luck was constantly increasing. Especially since about a month ago, it had suddenly soared by 1 piece. That time, it had caused the energy to overflow from the small space that he had opened up. The amount of luck was so huge that it was shocking. It was more than twice as much as her original luck. This was a great surprise. The Flood Witch was also an expert in the art of observing luck. Naturally, she knew that she had received help from a benefactor. As for who this benefactor was, the Flood Witch knew in her heart. There was also another layer. She clearly felt that in the distant east, when she had suddenly received this burst of luck, the aura of her old enemy had also soared into the sky. Moreover, the 2 auras were entwined with each other and soared into the sky together. However, they disappeared in the sky like fireworks. Sensing this change, the Flood Witch did not know whether to be envious or jealous. She sighed. She knew that her old enemy had officially ended the mortal dust incarnation. Moreover, it had ended the mortal dust incarnation in a perfect way. From this moment on, she was no longer invincible in this world. Moreover, there might be more than one opponent who could fight with her. That was when he truly had an opponent who could stand up to him in every aspect and level. However, the Flood Witch did not have any scruples about this situation. Instead, she looked forward to it very much. She had been invincible for too long. Therefore, she did not feel any pressure for so long. Therefore, it was difficult for her to make progress. This was beyond doubt. After all, without pressure, there would be no motivation. The main reason why many of the former number one in the world could not live up to their reputation was because of this. They had lost the motivation to make progress. They always thought that they were already the number one in the world. However, they did not know that although their reputation and prestige seemed to be unshakable, once they fell, it would be fatal. The Flood Witch had always been vigilant about this. What she was worried about was never the appearance of a powerful enemy. Instead, she was worried about her own mentality. Therefore, she needed an opponent to suppress her own mentality. Now, with the appearance of this intertwined aura and the completion of her old enemy's mortal dust incarnation, the Flood Witch's heart was at peace. Moreover, with the substantial increase of her luck, the Flood Witch immediately began to break through. He was going to break through the last step. At that moment, in addition to the feeling, there were signs of enlightenment. He could feel that he only needed to go into seclusion and there would be a qualitative change. He would go one step further. And he had been waiting for this change for too long. Chapter 8:24. Sure enough, I can't get anything if I die alone. Life in the mortal world, bloodline, inheritance, continuation, reproduction. Only then is it complete. The Flood Witch thought silently. After this, the higher-ups will go into seclusion. Powerhouses above the Heavenly King level, the 12 great shamans, and the 7 swords of the Tao League are not allowed to appear in the pugilistic world battlefield. The Flood Witch took a deep breath. Is there any problem? No problem. This was discussed long ago, and it was also a joint decision made by everyone. Everyone, if the Demon Alliance doesn't return, will fight to the death after we come out of seclusion. We'll beat this continent to a pulp. The Flood Witch stood with her hands behind her back, her hair flying in the wind. If the Demon Alliance returns, we'll accompany them and beat this continent to a pulp. Let's see who can destroy the mountains and rivers and rebuild the universe in the end. After the 12 great shamans return, gather at the Flood Palace. The Flood Witch stood still with her hands behind her back, but her body slowly rose from the ground. Her clothes fluttered in the wind as she soared into the sky. She went higher and higher, and finally, her figure disappeared. Today's matter is over, everyone return. The golden-scaled great shaman shouted, No Alliance, gather your troops and follow me. All those who entered the secret land to train were to form an independent army, and their possessions would be confiscated. You can keep 10%. Those who don't get anything will be punished with 90% of the resources. You must hand it over within a year. Violators will be exterminated. The No Alliance left. The Tao League also left. On the side of the astral souls, they were also organizing their troops. The principle of confiscation was the same as the No Alliance and the Tao League. Those who participated in the secret area could only keep 10% of the loot and profits. The remaining 90% had to be handed over as the commonwealth of the entire continent. This was a benefit that was fought for by the strength of the entire continent. It wasn't something that could be entered just because you were a soul transformation stage genius. Without a strong backing, even if you were a genius, in front of these top figures, you were still worth nothing. Once you enter, you will be able to raise your own cultivation. That is already a great fortune. Naturally, the majority of the resources obtained during the trial had to be handed over. From Gue Xian to below, everyone took the initiative to hand over all their gains. It was the same when it came to the God-reigning realm. Qin Fangyang wasn't reluctant to part with anything. If Sui Xiao Duo and the others didn't gain much, Qin Fangyang might feel a little heartache and regret handing it over. However, those little bastards had gained much more than he had. Qin Fangyang instantly felt that these resources were no longer of much value. I might as well hand them all over. Even I feel embarrassed if I keep them. Then, it was Hua Yun's turn. Sui Xiaoyan was quite honest. Other than the ice elemental treasures that were taken away by the ice spirit, she handed over everything else. On the other hand, Sui Xiaoyan's harvest shocked everyone. She directly poured out a mountain. There were also a few hundred spatial rings. Even the Heavenly King of the Left was shocked. He went to check it out personally and said gently, "You can keep some for yourself." Sui Xiaoyan was very calm. "Take them all away. I only need the heavenly materials and earthly treasures of the ice attribute. I've already kept them for myself." "That's good." The king of Zwolu was very pleased. He didn't expect that there would be a normal person in his master's family. No, it should be said that there was finally a normal person in his family. "You're good, very good." The king of Zwolu praised her. Sui Xiaoyan's expression didn't change, but the people around were surprised. Everyone had handed in. Although she handed in more, she didn't deserve the king of Zwolu's praise. Next, it was naturally the nascent soul area. Gao Chao looked at the things that Sui gave her with a dumbfounded expression. She wanted to cry. "What should we do, boss?" Sui Xiaoduo was also dumbfounded, but he immediately expressed his understanding. "It's okay. Just hand them over." Gao Chao still felt wronged. A few minutes ago, she was calculating how much she could make this time. In the end, it was confiscated. However, it seemed that she could still get back 1/10. Gao Chao instantly decided what to take back, and she already had a target. But in the end, looking at the pile of junk that Sui Xiaoduo handed over, the Heavenly King of the Left frowned and walked over. He sent a message to Sui Xiaoduo, "No one will believe you even if you do this. Isn't this fake? Hurry up and take out more." Sui Xiaoduo pursed his lips and dug in his left armpit. Then, he took out 30 space rings and said pitifully, "There's no more. That's all I have." The king of Zwolu frowned. "Take out more." Then, Sui Xiaoduo dug in his right armpit again and threw out another 30 rings. With a bitter face, he said, "There's really no more this time." The king of Zwolu was unmoved. "Take out more. If you can't take out more, I'll kill you." Sui Xiaoduo was shocked. He felt around his back and took out another 30 rings. "Just continue." The king of Zwolu glared at him. This time, Sui Xiaoduo put his hand into his pants and took out another 30 rings. Continue. The king of Zwolu was sure that this kid would not take out everything. So far, he had only taken out the tip of the iceberg. Sui Xiaoduo reached behind his butt and took out another handful. This time, he took out 48 rings. Some were even, some were even. With a sad face, he said, "There's really no more this time. It's all here." The king of Zwolu's lips twitched. Everyone else had a strange look on their faces too. In his crotch, behind his buttocks, on his back, and between his armpits. This boss Sui was really good at hiding things. Heavenly King Sui frowned and flipped his hand. Sui Xiaoduo immediately floated upside down. Heavenly King Sui grabbed Sui Xiaoduo's left ankle and shook it violently. "There's no more. Then the rings on your body are not yours." Clatter. Space rings were scattered all over the floor. There were at least 200 of them. Like copper coins, they poured out of Sui Xiaoduo's body like rain. In his hair, in his pants, in his armpits, in his pants. Finally, Heavenly King Sui took off his shoe and knocked it out. He really knocked out 6 rings. He tore off the bottom of his shoe and there were 10 more. Everyone's eyes were wide open. Now, all they could think of was one sentence and 2 words. "What the fuck?" What the fuck? Heavenly King Zhuo wanted to curse, but he did not dare. He could only curse halfway. Aren't you afraid of breaking your foot? Zhuo Xiaoduo hung his head dejectedly as if his parents had died. How cruel. He was not letting go of even a single one. Think again. Do you have more? The veins on the King of Zhuolu's forehead were bulging. There's really no more this time. Zhuo Xiaoduo replied weakly. If there's no more, then there's no more. You can still take back 1/10 of what you have. The King of Zhuolu said with a dark face. There's no need for that, right? Zhuo Xiaoduo shrunk his head and said carefully. Just take it as a contribution to the peace of the continent. I can take it. I can also not take it. The King of Zhuolu was so angry that he almost laughed. You have such a high level of self-awareness. You have such a high level of self-awareness. If that's the case, then you'll have to contribute. The King of Zhuolu did not hold back. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes widened. I was just being polite. Return to the team. Yes. Zhuo Xiaoduo ran back to the team barefooted. His face was full of pain. I was just being polite. And I really lost that 1/10. I really lost it that I didn't gain much from this experience, and I even lost the last bit of my belongings. Alas, as long as one is alive, one must not casually exchange fake pleasantries. Return to your teams. The King of Zhuolu, Yun Zhonghu, looked at his wife who was laughing so hard that she could not straighten her back, and Yu Dongtian who was laughing so hard that he was about to collapse. He said angrily, What are you laughing at? Everyone needs to go back and cultivate in seclusion. Don't you know that the war is about to break out? All the martial artists and forces, take your people back. All the armies, take your people back to the border immediately. No matter how urgent the war is, those who participated in this relic are not allowed to go to the battlefield for a month. They had to give them some time to digest the information. Once they finished digesting it, their strength would soar again. If they went to the battlefield now and died, the loss would be too great and the trial would be meaningless. Yes. The military retreated almost instantaneously. With a gust of wind, the military personnel disappeared. Then, the people from the major organizations. At the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Zhuo I still have a month of leave. Approved. The people from the Nine Heavens Pavilion also left. Zhuo still couldn't understand. She really couldn't bear to leave Gouda, but why did she say that she had a month of leave? And it was approved immediately. Humph, Gouda must be very happy. He can bully me again. As she thought about it, she subconsciously looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo. Humph, do you think I'll let you bully me? I'll beat you to death. Immediately, Zhuo flew up into the sky. She went back to the villa first. Zhuo Xiaoduo, Long Yuxing, Wan Li Xiu, Li Chenglong, Yu Moyin, Li Changming and the rest gathered again. All of you, follow me to the villa. Delay your departure for a day. Zhuo Xiaoduo suggested. Okay. So, everyone went back together. Long Yuxing and the rest stayed after applying for leave, while the other martial artists went back with their people. Yu Yan didn't go back with the people from the Hidden Dragon High School. Instead, she followed Li Changming with a blushing face. She didn't say a word, only biting her lips and stepping lightly on the ground. She felt a little empty. There didn't seem to be any substantial progress. She was hugged and slept with. Why didn't he say anything? This idiot. Why didn't he say something? Duge Yen also naturally followed Yu Moyin. Seeing this, she went to accompany Yu Yan all the way back. Only then did Yu Yan's awkwardness disappear. Li Changming scratched his head and smiled foolishly. He waved at Yu Yen. What a coincidence. Yu Yen rolled her eyes and ignored him. She only cared about whispering to Duga Yen. Nobody knew what they were talking about, but the two girls giggled. Their smiles were like blooming flowers in spring. Everyone went back to the villa. Zhou Xiaoduo called Long Yuxing, Wanli Xiu, Yu Moyan and Li Changming together and said mysteriously, "Come to my room, I'll show you a big treasure." Chapter 825. He wanted to divide the golden light spots among the four of them. The golden light spots were mixed with the power of warmth. It was not only unsuitable for Zhou Xiaoyan, but it also conflicted with her. He had already enjoyed two of them. Li Chenglong had a great opportunity this time, and his attributes were not compatible. Naturally, this opportunity would benefit Long Yuxing and the other three. During this meeting, Zhou Xiaoduo was very sensitive and felt that the current state of the four of them, and even their foundations, were the kind of state where they were about to destroy themselves because they cultivated too hard. However, compared to geniuses of the same level, their actual strength was not much higher, at least not to the extent of overwhelming suppression. Especially Yu Moyan, if he continued to cultivate according to his established cultivation path, he would soon develop internal injuries that he could understand the mentality of the four of them. He and Li Chenglong had improved too quickly, and the four of them were very anxious, but they did not want to show off, so they could only torture themselves. However, the four of them, although they were geniuses, they were only geniuses of one place. There was a huge gap between them and the level of peerless geniuses and heaven-defying monsters. To a large extent, their current achievements were obtained on the premise that their personal foundations were used up. Once their foundations were depleted, there was no way to go forward. Based on this situation, each of you write an IOU. Zhou Xiaoduo said. Then, he took out 4 pieces of white paper, 4 pens, and a box of ink. Don't forget to leave your fingerprint. 10 billion. One person. So many. Long Yuxing exclaimed. Wan Lixiu rolled her eyes. Stop talking nonsense, just fight. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The four of them did not say anything else. They skillfully wrote the IOU and handed it to Zhou Xiaoduo. How rare. TSK, tisk. Zhou Xiaoduo clicked his tongue. They actually wrote down the repayment period and interest. TSK, TSK, I will repay them in this lifetime. TSK, TSK, TSK. Creative. I will be able to find you in my next life. Really? Now, even people who owe debts can be so comfortable and calm. The four of you still owe me a few $billion for your interspatial rings. Yu Moyan said blankly, wasn't it millions back then? It had only been less than a year. And the interest rate had increased so much. Even the interest of rolling on the ground isn't that exaggerated, right? Zhou Xiaoduo said fiercely, you have a problem with that. No problem, no problem. Yu Moyan said, you can just write it down. I'll return it to you when I have the money. In any case, we'll definitely return it in this lifetime. The four of them said in unison. Zhou Xiaoduo's nose was crooked from anger. Fine, fine, fine. Just you wait. As he spoke, he took out a large piece of top-grade Astral Soul's jade. On top of it, 4 golden light spots were slowly rotating, emitting rays of golden light. Now that he had the time to take a closer look, he finally understood that they were 4 sesame-sized golden lotus flowers. They actually had petals, stamens, and flower stalks. They had everything that one could think of. How exquisite! Wan Lixiu exclaimed. All right, put your hands on it later. 1 flower for each of you. After eating it, quickly circulate your martial arts to suppress it. After that, quickly scram. Just looking at you guys makes me annoyed. Debtors are really arrogant. Xiao Duo said impatiently. Hee hee. Thank you, boss. The four of them sat quietly on the grass of the villa and practiced their martial arts. Xiao Duo and Li Changlong stood guard at the side. Why don't I have one? Just four. Besides, this thing doesn't suit your attributes very well. I want it even if it doesn't suit me. You're favoring one over the other. Well, yours is with Xiangbing. Go and eat it. Xiao Duo circled around the four of them and used the sky-mending stone to nourish their bodies silently. This time, my foundation should be able to be improved. Xiao Duo said softly. Li Changlong was silent for a moment before he said, Swa, you're being so generous this time. I'm not used to it. Xiao Duo looked up at the sky. He let out a soft sigh. Do you know why? Why? What I'm thinking of now is the 12 great wizards and the 7 swords of the Tao League. Xiao Duo said lightly, I don't know what I'll think of in the future. Who knows? Li Changlong was silent for a moment. It's really good. Li Changlong emphasized and said from the bottom of his heart, it's really good. You sound so gay. Xiao Duo glared at Li Changlong. Don't speak in such a disgusting tone in the future. Li Changlong couldn't help but feel angry. I'm really happy. How is it gay? Don't talk nonsense. I already have a fiancé. Don't talk nonsense. I already have a fiancé. It was probably because Xiao Duo was so generous this time that Li Changlong saw the embryonic form of a huge group in the future. Therefore, Li Changlong was really happy and overjoyed. He trusted Xiao Duo in every aspect and was even confident in him. The only flaw was that Xiao Duo had a stingy character which he was worried about. Want to be the boss? Pay for the meal. This sentence seemed to be unscrupulous, but in fact, it was very reasonable. Li Changlong was very worried about his and Xiao Duo's group. Perhaps when they were young, their feelings were pure and they were happy to play together. However, as one's cultivation level increased and one's experience deepened, the so-called brotherhood spirit of youth, even if it didn't fade away, would inevitably fade away. Because at this time, everyone would have to shoulder a lot of burdens. Whether it was their family, or their wives, children, parents, relatives, old friends, classmates, or family interests. All of these were burdens. There were responsibilities and obligations. They were all burdens. At this time, what everyone was pursuing was no longer the youthful spirit of sacrificing everything for each other, but interests. The word interests was really all-encompassing. Whether it was progress, relationships, ability, future, or responsibility, everything was tied to interests. There was no eternal enemy, only eternal interests. This was a famous saying. It was probably at this time that it was the easiest time for the young Xiao group to break up. Many young brothers who had been through life and death together when they were young became middle-aged, and the root cause was this. At a time like this, those who were loyal to each other when they were young and still worked hard together, improved together, and moved forward together, firstly, they must have a common goal and future. Secondly, the role of the leader was also very important and significant. If the leader could bring benefits to the brothers under him, he would naturally be able to make the group go far. Otherwise, everything was just a fortress on the sand, a floating foam building that would collapse. Just based on the words "you are my brother," when they were young and hot-blooded, it was absolutely impossible to last long. Therefore, many of the injuries, betrayals, and conflicts between friends happened at this time. This was also why many people sighed and said, "So-and-so has changed." But they didn't know that it might not be so-and-so who had changed. It might be that this group no longer met his needs or was no longer in line with his interests. This saying was also unscrupulous, but it was also true. In life, everyone wanted to live for a long time and wanted to live well. It was the instinct of survival, and the root cause was undeniable. If the small group that came together because of fate always had the same interests, it would naturally be stable for a long time, and the friendship would be everlasting. If the interests were different, the prospects were different, and there was a great disparity, the people's hearts would naturally not be united, and the friendship would not last long. Li Chenglong used to be most worried that Zhou Xiaoduo would be muddle-headed in this kind of matter. However, Zhou Xiaoduo's attitude in the face of wealth was really worrying. It was not difficult for brothers to gather together, but once they were separated, it would be impossible for them to reunite like before. But now, Li Chenglong was relieved. Zhou Xiaoduo understood very well that this was what he was most worried about, and it changed right in front of his eyes. When Zhou Xiaoduo said, "I think of the 12 great shamans and the 7 swords of the Tao League," Li Chenglong's excitement and relief reached a certain level. He only had one feeling in his heart: it's done. The two of them chatted and laughed, and there was no grudge between them. They waited until the sky was dark before Wanli Xiu, Long Yuxing, and the others finally stopped cultivating, and their faces were all red. Wanli Xiu, Long Yuxing, and the other 3, with this Xiao Lotus, had raised their cultivation to the point of breaking through to the cloud transformation realm. Moreover, it was suppressed 9 times, and they were about to break through to the cloud transformation realm. When they went back, they only needed to stabilize for 3 to 7 days, and then they could break through in one fell swoop. When the conditions were right, success would follow naturally. However, what really surprised Zhou Xiaoduo was that he saw on the faces of Wanli Xiu and the others, and he saw that they were full of vigor and vitality. They had a deep foundation and a solid foundation, unlike those of his peers who had made great progress in their cultivation. These old friends of his had been cultivating as if their lives depended on it after they parted ways with him. Although they had made great progress in their cultivation and were even better than their peers, they had consumed too much of their foundation. Especially Yu Moyan and Li Zhangming, who had previously used up a lot of their vitality to keep De Guyen, and Yu Yan, alive. After this golden lotus opportunity, and the nourishment of the heavenly stone, they had greatly made up for their previous losses, and there was still a lot of room for improvement. Their foundation had also improved, and they had already surpassed the original level of a genius. Even if they were not at the level of a peerless genius, they were not far from it. After the few of them stood up, they saw Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong, and they all rushed over with cheers. They hugged and slapped the two of them, and even Wanli Xiu did not avoid suspicion. "Don't try to worm your way into being friends with me. Our friendship is one thing, but owing a debt is another. Even blood brothers have to settle accounts clearly. When you go back, all of you have to work hard to earn money for me. If you dare to forget to pay your debt, I will chase you to your home to ask for it." Zhou Xiaoduo's cheeks trembled in pain, and he kept muttering, "I will pay you back in this life." The 4 of them laughed. That night, everyone had a big meal. Zhou Xiaoyan knew that this was Zhou Xiaoduo's old team, so she did not participate. Chapter 8:26. After eating, Long Yuxing and Wanli Xiu left first. They had to rush back to Yunduan High School. They said that they could break through to the cloud transformation realm at any time. After all, they still needed to break through and consolidate their foundation. "Goodbye, it should be on the battlefield." Long Yuxing and Wanli Xiu stood side by side. Zhou Xiaoduo carefully looked at their faces. These 2 people were not dangerous, so he nodded and smiled. "Then let's meet on the battlefield. Be there or be square." He waved his hand and threw a ring to Wanli Xiu. "This is your wedding gift. I've given it in advance." Don't ask for red packets later. Wan Lishio caught it and said with a red face, how can you give it in advance? When the time comes, I'll make it up. If not, I'll scold you in the newspaper. Oh my God. No way, so cruel. Ha ha ha. Let's go. The two waved and left. Li Zhongming also wanted to go back to Dragon Soul High School, but Yu Yan seemed to be disappointed. Don't worry, I'll take care of your wife for you. Don't worry about me. Sui Xiao Duo laughed and started to play dirty again. Yu Yan's face was red, but she did not refute. Li Zhongming was also embarrassed and did not say anything for a long time. However, the layer of window paper between the two of them was finally pierced by Sui Xiaoduo's words. When Li Zhongming left, he was relaxed and happy. Sui Xiaoduo also gave him a ring and raised his eyebrows. Li Zhongming knew that Yu Yan was too embarrassed to stay and went back to school with a red face, so he followed her. On the way, Li Zhongming laughed and said, "Boss gave me some benefits. Let me see what it is and I'll give you half." Yu Yan blushed, "I don't want it. Your boss gave it to you. What does it have to do with me?" Li Zhongming said righteously, "I have to be responsible for you." Bah. Yu Yan's face was red to the neck. Wow. Li Zhongming was shocked, so many top-quality jade of astral souls. Here. I'll give you half. Yu Moyan and Du Guyan were also preparing to return to Guangdong, but before they left, they were stopped by Sui Xiaoduo. The more he looked at the faces of these two people, the more confused he became. Sui Xiaoduo's face was filled with a mixture of good fortune and misfortune, full of murderous aura, no less than 90% of the aura of death, with only a thread of life remaining. Yet this kind of face was sometimes absent, sometimes not, sometimes not. Unexpectedly, it was difficult for Sui Xiaoduo to come to a conclusion, unable to give a method to pursue good fortune and avoid misfortune. Wait, I have something for you. Sui Xiaoduo took out the void transformation stone and gave it to Yu Moyan. This thing. He sent a voice transmission to Yu Moyan, even telling him what he had to pay attention to. Such a rare treasure. Yu Moyan's eyes lit up. To Yu Moyan, this stone was simply a supreme treasure that was made for him. What Yu Moyan needed the most now was this kind of treasure. To be honest, once Yu Moyan broke through to the cloud transformation realm, with this stone, his battle strength would be comparable to a refined profound realm expert. Be careful on your way back. Sui Xiaoduo reminded him seriously, you and your wife have been added to the group, no matter if it's you or her, you have to send me a message every 2 days, don't forget. Yu Moyan took a deep breath. Sui, is something going to happen to us? It was not that Yu Moyan was overly sensitive, it was just that Sui Xiaoduo's previous examples of spirit techniques were too shocking. As for the people around him, such as Li Chenglong and Yu Moyan, they had long believed in Sui Xiaoduo. Now that Sui Xiaoduo had given him such a rare treasure, how could they not know that there was a problem with their own situation? Sui Xiaoduo said in distress, this time, it's hard for me to see through good fortune and misfortune, so I can't give you any advice on how to pursue good fortune and avoid misfortune. All in all, for now, everything should be safe. Your faces are constantly changing, this is the first time I've encountered such a situation. So, if you encounter anything in the future, or if Sister Yen encounters anything, tell me in the group immediately. Yu Moyan nodded solemnly, I'll keep that in mind. Okay, take this ring, hurry up and improve your cultivation. Okay. After saying that, Yu Moyan left with Du Guyan. Sui Xiaoduo sighed softly. Even with a rare treasure like the void transformation stone, Yu Moyan and Du Guyan's faces did not change at all. It was clear that what would happen next was unpredictable, and it was beyond his ability to deal with. Li Chenglong stood beside Zhuo Xiaoduo, looking at Yumo Yen and Dugu Yen, Er's backs as they disappeared into the darkness, and said, "You can tell that something is going to happen." Zhuo Xiaoduo did not smile cheekily, which was rare. He said solemnly, "I hope it won't happen." Li Chenglong was shocked to see Zhuo Xiaoduo's solemn face for the first time. He frowned and said, "Then I'll have to make some preparations in advance." "You? What can you do?" Zhuo Xiaoduo was surprised when he heard that. Even his time-tested supernatural power had failed this time. Li Chenglong was knowledgeable and wise, but what could he do in this aspect? What could he do? "Boss, have you forgotten about our company?" Li Chenglong was even more surprised. With the strength of those reporters, aren't they the best spies to find out what's going on? That's right, that's right. Make the arrangements as soon as possible. You've woken me up from my dream. We still have such excellent resources in our hands, why don't we use them? Understood. When they returned to the villa, Zhuo Xiaoduo saw that the light in Zhuo Xiaonian's room was still on. He said, "I'll go up and take a look." Li Chenglong nodded and said, "Zhuo, when you have time, I'd like to discuss something with you." Li Chenglong's face was solemn. Zhuo Xiaoduo frowned and said, Which aspect?" Li Chenglong pondered for a moment and said, "Many aspects, including the future and the candidates." Zhuo Xiaoduo hesitated and said, "Isn't it a bit early to talk about this now?" "It's not early." Li Chenglong said, "After this experience in the secret place, our strength has taken shape. Next, we should enter the screening process. The sooner we get rid of the weeds and retain the good, the better for the future." Zhuo Xiaoduo was confused when he heard that. He scratched his head and said, "I know, but let me think about it more clearly first." Li Chenglong said, "Okay." Zhuo Xiaoduo went up. Li Chenglong also returned to his room. After this experience, everyone had made some progress. However, after making progress, they still needed to settle down for a while before they could break through to the cloud transformation realm. At this juncture, they needed a buffer. It was not advisable to break through immediately when they were too tired. During this buffer period, they could sort out all kinds of things. As soon as Li Chenglong returned to his room and turned on the computer, he saw a lot of messages from Zhuo Shuai's company. The series of movies and TV series about Principal Shi Yunfeng had been filmed. They asked about the final broadcast. Li Chenglong replied, "You make all the decisions. Unless the company is in a life and death situation, you don't have to ask for permission." The other side replied, "Understood." Then Li Chenglong began to list the names of the people. He understood Zhuo Xiaoduo's meaning. Although Zhuo Xiaoduo had realized that it would be a huge group of interests in the future, Zhuo Xiaoduo did not have the confidence to lead this team well. Therefore, Zhuo Xiaoduo also needed to think calmly. But Li Chenglong was different. Li Chenglong knew that no matter what Zhuo Xiaoduo thought, this group had now taken shape. Whether Zhuo Xiaoduo wanted to be the boss or not, the formation of this group would not be swayed by the boss's will. If it was done, it was done. This point was similar to the emperor's robe. When the brothers worked together to support you, you had no choice but to walk down this path as the boss. If you didn't take this path, the stars and clouds would disperse. If you took this path, there was a possibility of creating a legend. Would you take it or not? This was like many people who started a big business. When they had a certain amount of money, anyone would feel that if they took a step back, it would be enough for the rest of their lives. But could you take a step back? Li Chenglong slowly wrote down the names one by one. He wrote very slowly. For every name he wrote, he thought for a long time. Even if the group took shape, Zhuo Xiaoduo would only be the boss and the spiritual leader. And the one who did the work would always be Li Chenglong. Li Chenglong understood this very clearly. I'm just a fucking butler. The names appeared one by one on the white paper. Long Yuxing, Wan Lixiu, Yu Moyan, Li Changming, Gao Qiao, Xiang Chong. That when he saw Gao Qiao's name, Li Chenglong could not help but sigh. It had to be said that as time passed, Gao Qiao's weight in the group became more and more important. This woman was really too smart. Moreover, she was not ambitious and knew her own limits. Such a person was exactly what the group needed. In fact, she was indispensable. If she was ambitious or did not know her own limits, then he would have to think of a way to get rid of her. Fortunately, he was smart enough. Meng Zhangjun. Can I use it? Li Chenglong frowned. Then, he began to issue tasks. Investigate the family background, social relationships, and the history of the rise of each of his classmates. This job is not easy. I'm really looking for work for myself. I'm asking for trouble. Li Chenglong sighed as he did it with great interest. He was enjoying it. He sighed, but in fact, when he did this work, it was really full of fun and boundless joy. From all the clues, I find what I need the most and then restore the truth of many things. This is the most fun and most fulfilling thing. Although the process is boring, moving forward step by step and deciphering little by little, every discovery is an accumulation of a sense of accomplishment and a superimposition of surprises. Li Chenglong began to work. Sua Xiaoduo went upstairs. Sua Xiaoyan was frowning in the room. She was worried and looked restless. Nian Mao. Hee hee. Sua Xiaoduo came over with a drooling face. Stop fooling around. Sua Xiaoyan frowned and said, I sent a message to Mom and Dad, but they haven't replied yet. They can't get through when I called them. They didn't respond when I sent a video call. Sua Xiaoduo was shocked. I immediately sent a message to Mom and Dad after I came out. Let me see. He took out his phone and looked at it. He could not help but cry. They didn't reply. How could this be? Chapter 827. Unwilling to give up, the two of them dialed frantically, but still couldn't get through. Then, Sua Xiaoduo went online, found his parents' email, and tried all kinds of ways to contact them. However, after a long while, there was still no reply. At this moment, both of them panicked. Sua Xiaoyan was even more flustered. She said, how about we go back and have a look? But Mom and Dad won't let us. Gosh, do you know what time it is? Why are you still listening to them? Sua Xiaoduo waved his hand. If they don't send us any news, I'm the head of the family now. You have to listen to me. Let's go back and have a look. All right. Sua Xiaoyan rose to her feet without another word. Subconsciously, she wanted to go back, but she needed someone to make the decision for her. Now that Sua Xiaoduo had said that, Sua Xiaoyan felt that she should go back. If Mom and Dad got angry, they would beat the dog first, not her. At that thought, she felt relieved and her mind was clear. Putting that thought into action, Sua Xiaoduo and Sua Xiaoyan took to the air and flew back to Phoenix City. More than a month ago. After Sua Chonglu and Wu Yuting returned to Phoenix City, they searched the area around King Qi's tomb again and finally confirmed that there was nothing there. Back at home, the couple no longer had anything to worry about. They calmed down and prepared for the breakthrough. Everything was going according to plan now, but they still felt that there was something left undone. Hence, they put it off for a few more days. Finally, one day, they were struck by a sudden burst of inspiration. They could clearly sense a boundless fortune descending from the heavens and filling their bodies. It seemed to be the power of the heavens. What the two of them didn't know was that Sua Xiaoyan had received a huge benefit and was returning a portion of his fortune to them. But this was the best time. The husband and wife immediately returned to the old residence of the Phoenix Dance Home and went into seclusion. They let go of all their suppression and entered their own heart to comprehend. He didn't know how much time had passed, but in the instant he felt all the spiritual cavities in his body open. An even more powerful aura descended from the sky, as if it was born from nowhere. Swishaoduo's luck naturally wouldn't come for no reason. It was because Swishaoduo had come out of the chaos space. After that, the two of them received another massive influx of fortune energy, and they felt as if their spiritual platforms had become extremely clear. In the blink of an eye, they had broken through to the return to void stage. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Without any superfluous words, their souls left their bodies and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The remaining two bodies remained in the room. They were lifelike, as if they were in a deep sleep. However, every inch of their skin was emitting specks of light. Gradually, the two bodies turned into nothingness. The doors and windows of the rooms were all sealed, and all the changes were carried out in silence. Only that ultimate life energy was leaking out bit by bit. Everyone in Feng Wu's residential area felt that their bodies and minds were at peace, their spirits were refreshed, and all kinds of diseases were gone. They were in high spirits. A large number of specks of light were still floating around in the room. With a whoosh, Swishaoduo and Swishaonian landed on the ground and rushed upstairs like whirlwinds. They took out their keys and opened the door. As soon as they entered the neighborhood, they sensed the unusual atmosphere around them and rushed over as if they had lost their minds. With a click, the door opened. "Mom! Dad! Dad, Mom!" They rushed through the door like a gust of wind, hoping to see the figures they had been praying for. However, all they saw was the dense light specks of life in the air. As soon as they entered, they seemed to have found their target and scrambled to gather around them. The two of them could clearly sense that every speck of light was their parents' love for them. The two of them, who had benefited greatly from this scene, didn't feel happy at all. Instead, they were overwhelmed by boundless fear. "Dad! Mother!" Swishaonian screamed as tears streamed down his face. She was about to rush into her parents' bedroom. "Wait, Sister Nian, look over there." Swishaoduo, whose eyes were also red, stopped Swishaonian. He pointed at the wall opposite them. There was a piece of calligraphy on the wall. It was written by Swichonglu. "Why are you crying? Don't cry. Don't cry if you don't hear from me for 3 months." The large exclamation mark at the end was especially harsh. The two of them felt as if Swichonglu was standing in front of them and scolding them. Swishaonian was terrified and hid behind Swishaoduo. She sniffled and muttered, "Dad, I'm not crying." Swishaoduo coughed and said, "I'm not crying either." After that, the two of them came to their senses. Swishaonian walked around the room with red eyes and pouted. She tiptoed to open the door of her parents' bedroom and her father's study. She was lost in thought. The furnishings inside were exactly the same as before they left home, except for a letter on the desk. "Open it," Swishaoduo said. "You should open it." Swishaonian sniffled and said, "I'll read it from behind you." "How dare you? You're my daughter." Swishaoduo snorted in disdain, but in reality, his fingers were also trembling. He was afraid that if he opened it, it would be a farewell letter. The trees were silent, waiting for the rain to come. The letter was opened in the end. All they could see was Swichonglu's handwriting. The first sentence made Swishaoduo and Swishaonian laugh at the same time. "Look at the two of you. You don't look like my son or daughter. I've installed several cameras in our house. There are cameras in the living room, the hall, the dining room, the bedroom, and the study. You're not allowed to break them. When I come back, whoever cries will be beaten up. If one of the cameras is broken, both of you will be beaten up together. After reading the first 2 sentences, the 2 of them felt completely at ease. Sua Xiaoduo turned his head and said, "You're crying." "I'm not crying." Sua Xiaonian refused to admit it. "You were crying just now," Sua Xiaoduo said proudly. "I'm not." Sua Xiaonian refused to admit it. "Anyway, we've been recorded. I won't be the one getting beaten up." Sua Xiaoduo snorted and became more and more high-spirited. "Look for it and break it," Sua Xiaonian said guiltily, instigating Sua Xiaoduo. "What? You want me to break it? Do you think I'm stupid? You should be the one breaking it. Actually, I found it when I came in. But I can point you in the direction." Sua Xiaoduo said, "Look, it's right there." "I'm not going." Sua Xiaonian shook her head fiercely. "I'm not that stupid. Anyway, when I get beaten up, you have to take it for me." Sua Xiaonian pouted. "I can help you break it, but there's a condition." Sua Xiaoduo smirked. His scheme had succeeded. "What condition?" "Let me touch it." "Fuck off, read the letter." Sua Xiaonian twisted Sua Xiaoduo's ear and blushed. "Bastard Xiaoduo, did you forget that there's a camera here? You're so flirtatious." Oh. "We'll talk about it when we get back." Sua Xiaoduo hurriedly read the letter. "I knew you two would come back. You're really disobedient. You're asking for a beating. We left this time to return to our original bodies. Of course, we won't see you for a while. Your mother and my phone numbers have been saved. Once we recover, we'll use our original numbers to send you a message. Don't worry, we'll contact you as soon as possible. Now go back to school. Nothing will be done at home. Everything will go on as usual. We're not dead. There's no need for you two to come back and cry. Why are you so depressed? Your mother said that she wouldn't die if she couldn't have a grandson. Go play, you two. Xiaoduo, remember what your mother said. Don't bully Xiaonian." The letter was very short. There were only a few lines in total. It took only a few glances to finish reading it. Sua Xiaoduo ignored the last sentence. He turned to Sua Xiaonian and said, "Look, Mom wants a grandson. This should be her biggest wish." Sua Xiaonian blushed and said angrily, "Dad and Mom said you're not allowed to bully me. Why are you still flirting with me?" Sua Xiaoduo said, "How can this be considered bullying? We're both happy about it. How can this be considered bullying? This is helping Mom fulfill her wish. Our feelings are just along the way. Why don't you understand this?" Sua Xiaonian was so embarrassed that her neck turned red. She turned her head away and ignored him. He went to look for cameras everywhere. After a while, Sua Xiaonian ran in with a pale face. She pulled Sua Xiaoduo and said, Duo, let's go." "What's wrong? It's not easy to come home. Don't you want to stay for the night?" Sua Xiaoduo asked curiously. Dad and Mom installed cameras in every room, including the bathroom and the balcony. Sua Xiaonian was frightened. I looked around. There are more than 40 of them. There's a note on each of them. What does it say? On each of them, it says, "Don't move." I've been holding my breath for a long time, but I don't dare to move. Sua Xiaonian's scalp tingled. There were more than 40 cameras in such a big place. Her parents were really generous. Fortunately, she didn't promise the dog anything. If she relaxed after entering the house, she would be kissed and touched by the dog. When her parents came back, wouldn't she be embarrassed? Let's go. Staying here, he always felt like he was being spied on. Sua Xiaoduo also felt his scalp tingling. Dad and Mom are treating us like foreign spies. More than 40 cameras, oh my god. It's all your fault. You ruined my image as a good girl. How are you going to compensate me? Swish Xiaonian bit her lip. Swish Xiaoduo felt like a big black pot fell from the sky. He said, feeling wronged, how can you blame me? Every time we kissed, you were also very. Stop talking. She covered Swish Xiaoduo's mouth. Swish Xiaonian was burning up. There are cameras. You idiot. Whoa whoa. Swish Xiaoduo almost rolled his eyes. Elbow, Brother Meng's elbow is really good. With his mouth covered, he mumbled, let's go quickly. The two of them quietly closed the door of their parents' bedroom and tiptoed out just like before. They really looked like thieves. As soon as they reached the living room, they unexpectedly let out a scream at the same time. There was a piece of paper stuck on the door of the house. You're not staying for the night. Chapter 8:28. Don't you want to stay for one more night? That was what was written on the paper. There was even a smiley face at the end. The two of them were probably too concerned about the life and death of their parents when they came in, so they didn't notice such an obvious detail until they were about to go out. The two of them screamed and rushed out of the door. They rushed all the way downstairs and found that each other's faces were still green with anxiety. If anything happens to us, it must be because we were scared by our parents. They're playing us to death. Swish Xiaoduo was very resentful. Are there any parents like them? They're simply irresponsible. Let's go quickly. Who knows if there are surveillance cameras outside? The way they do things is too unconventional. It's not enough to describe them as unscrupulous. Swish Xiaonian pulled Swish Xiaoduo. Her heart was still pounding from the fright, and she still hadn't recovered from it. She hurriedly rushed out of the house. She didn't have the slightest bit of worry on this trip back. Zhou Chonglu and his wife used practical actions to completely dispel the last of their children's worries. Now, not only were they not worried, but they were also full of resentment. Do you want to wait until Mom and Dad call and don't answer it? Swish Xiaoduo suggested. Swish Xiaonian bit her lip and thought for a while, then said, okay, don't answer it then. I'll answer it, Swish Xiaoduo didn't want to say anything. Sister, you're really my sister. Do you want Mom and Dad to beat me to death? The two of them flew all the way back to the villa in Fenghai City. They finally felt safe. I'm scared. Mom and Dad scared me to death. Swish Xiaonian patted her chest, still scared. Swish Xiaoduo looked at Swish Xiaonian's big breasts that were trembling like jelly. He couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva and said eagerly, are you scared? I'll help you soothe your breathing right now. She reached out her hand to slap him. Falling onto the bed with a bang, Swish Xiaonian flipped over and sat on top of Swish Xiaoduo's body, holding down both of his hands tightly, and said fiercely, bastard, you really don't forget to take advantage of me, and never forget to set me up. Then, they would abuse her. It was obvious that he had just been frightened, and now he urgently needed to beat up the puppy to calm himself down. Mercy. Swish Xiaoduo desperately begged for mercy. He tried to turn over, but his hands were firmly pressed behind his head. His body was completely controlled, and he couldn't move at all. He struggled like this for a long time, but to no avail. Suddenly, he laughed. The more he laughed, the happier he became. What are you laughing at? Swish Xiaonian, who had the upper hand, could not help but feel suspicious. I'm thinking. Ha ha ha. Nian Cat, you're acting like a pervert raping a girl on the wall. You're just short of telling me to stop screaming. It's useless even if I scream myself hoarse. Sua Xiaoduo had completely given up on resisting. Pervert. Sua Xiaonian blushed and jumped up, but Sua Xiaoduo hugged her thigh and said, "Don't go. You haven't finished the process. I want the pervert to finish the whole process. I want more, I want more." If this was seen by others, Sua Xiaoduo's image would be ruined, even though he didn't have any image to speak of. "Let go of me." But Sua Xiaoduo wouldn't let go. He climbed up Sua Xiaonian's thigh like he was climbing a tree. His whole body hung onto Sua Xiaonian's body. Then, with a plop, the two fell onto the bed at the same time. However, this time, the offensive and defensive positions had changed. Sua Xiaonian tried her best to resist. Although her cultivation level was much higher than Sua Xiaoduo's, she still could not withstand Sua Xiaoduo's intensive attacks. Finally, all her resistance was destroyed. A warm mouth kissed her, after a long, long time. Sua Xiaoduo walked out of the room with satisfaction, leaving Sua Xiaonian lying on the bed, panting. Luckily, she managed to hold on and was only kissed a few times that it seemed that it was not a big deal. She grabbed her phone and started to shop crazily. "Bastard, do you think it's so easy to take advantage of me? See if I don't spend all your money." The several shopping carts that had accumulated before were all emptied. However, when she looked at the balance of her account, she did not even spend a fraction of the money. She pouted and said with a red face, "Xiaoduo, he always bullies me. What should I do? He's too rich now. I can't spend it all no matter how I spend it." This was the most effective tactic in the past, but it's useless now. A spirit emerged from the sword and looked at her suspiciously, "But I felt that you were enjoying it very much just now." "You?" Sua Xiaonian's face was burning. She glared at Xiaoduo fiercely. Xiaoduo was confused and said, "Isn't that so? Your cultivation is much higher than his. How could he bully you? You were the one who wanted it. Did I say anything wrong? Did I? I didn't want it. I didn't want it." Sua Xiaonian threw a tantrum. "You wanted it. You obviously wanted it. You were very welcome." Xiaoduo was very straightforward. "You." Sua Xiaonian threw herself on the bed and said angrily, "Anyway, I won't let him get what he wants so easily." Xiaoduo rolled her eyes. She said it as if she was very persistent. "If Sua Xiaoduo didn't give up just now, you would be too lazy to talk about it." She went back into the spirit snatcher sword. This kind of thing was so boring. That Xiaoduo was really not much. How could he have the same name as her? That was too low for her. Sua Xiaoduo ran to Grandma Shi's side. Grandma Shi was making dumplings. She didn't raise her head and said, "Ask your wife to come over and eat dumplings later. You're alone, so I won't entertain you." "Okay." Sua Xiaoduo agreed obediently. "What's the matter, you macaque?" Grandma Shi glanced at him. Hee, I saw that you were working hard, so I came to massage your shoulders." Sua Xiaoduo rubbed her shoulders attentively. "If you have something to say, just say it." Grandma Shi was obviously enjoying it, but she pretended to be impatient. "It's like this. In the ruins this time. I found the astral soul's jade mine, so I dug it up. I was lucky enough to dig out the best quality astral soul's jade. There were other things inside the best quality astral soul's jade. I guessed that these were things that would be helpful to Principal Yi and the others. So I kept them for myself." Sua Xiaoduo was worried about something else. "I just wanted to let you see if they were really astral soul's jade. They were the Earth's core astral soul's jade that could help Principal Yi and the others heal." Grandma Shi was shocked when she heard this. She immediately glared at him. "Lower your voice. Say it through telepathy. Then, she scolded him through telepathy. You really don't know what's good for you. Ruins have always belonged to the entire human race. This is common knowledge. No matter what your status is, you can't violate it. You actually dared to keep them for yourself. If this is discovered, your life will be over. She was distressed, angry, and pitiful. This child, under such circumstances, was still thinking about Enchanting and the others' old injuries. He was willing to take such a huge risk. It was not taboo to commit such a crime. She tapped Swishaoduo's forehead with her finger, causing Swishaoduo to stagger. You actually dared to keep such a big thing for yourself. Keep. Swishaoduo looked embarrassed. After a long while, Grandma Sher finally suppressed the shock in her heart and said, "Where are the things? Take them out and let me see." Here. Swishaoduo took out 2 types of stones below the supreme grade purple crystal. One was light purple, and the other was dark purple. Grandma Sher's expression changed immediately. She took out the smallest of the 2, a light purple stone that was about the size of a basketball. She said hurriedly, "Keep the others quickly. Don't take them out again." "Oh, okay." Swishaoduo put it away with a puzzled heart. This is the star jade core. Grandma Sher held the light purple stone in her hand and said, "Just this Earth's core astral soul's jade is enough for all of them to recover. Then the others. Keep the others for yourself. Don't let anyone know. Those are the higher grade Earth's core astral soul's jade. I have never seen them before. They are beyond my knowledge. The only thing I know is that they are 1 grade higher than the Earth's core astral soul's jade, or more than 1 grade." Grandma Sher said sorrowfully. The reason why she was able to determine what kind of geocentric star soul jade was, what kind of jade was suitable for healing, and what kind of quantity it required, was because she had inquired about it countless times in order to heal Shi Yunfeng's damaged origin. Now, she had the star jade core. But Shi Yunfeng would never be here again. However, Grandma Sher quickly gathered her emotions and said, "These old things have really profited greatly by taking you in as a student of the Hidden Dragon Academy. These old things are all eating and taking from the students. They don't know shame at all. They are not worthy of being a teacher. How can they be worthy of being a teacher?" Swishaoduo didn't dare to reply. He just laughed. Grandma Sher complained for a while and chased Swishaoduo away. "Go back. Leave this matter to me. Don't tell me you are still waiting for those old things to thank you. Remember to come and eat dumplings tonight. Bring your wife along." Swishaoduo hurriedly slipped away. Grandma Sher immediately made a call and called Enchanting over. "Sister-in-law, what's the matter? That student of yours, Swishaoduo, helped you guys get it. Hurry up and distribute it so that everyone can recover." Grandma Sher directly threw the Heart of Stars over. Enchanting caught it and looked at it. He was shocked and his voice changed. "This is the star jade core. And such a big piece. Your student has committed a big taboo for you guys." Grandma Sher said sarcastically. "He found this thing in the remains this time and actually took the risk to hide it. Enchanting, you have benefited a lot from your student. If Principal Ye's selfless nature flares up and you hand this thing over, and then send your student in. Hee. It will definitely be recorded in history." Grandma Sher's words were praise on the surface but derision on the inside. There was a hint of hypocrisy. Enchanting blushed with shame. "Sister-in-law, what are you saying? Am I, Enchanting, the kind of old fool who doesn't know right from wrong? Not to mention that Xiaoduo took such a big risk for this matter, just his sincere heart." Sigh. As he spoke, he sighed, "I'm really Ashamed to accept it. After thinking about it, Enchanting was really ashamed. Chapter 829. From the supreme grade jade of astral souls to the heart of stars, he had received so many benefits from Duo, but there was nothing he could give in return. Especially the restoration of his origin, that was a huge favor. And Duo was a student in Hidden Dragon Academy. If he relaxed his requirements and let him be more carefree, it would be harming him instead. But if he continued to strictly discipline him, what was the difference between that and normal? Alright, don't put on an act. I know you're happy in your heart. Grandma sure pursed her lips. You're good teachers, that's why students give you things and remember you. This is a kind of recognition. You don't need to give anything in return. If they really cared about your rewards, why would such a thing happen? What do you think you can give in return that's worth the heart of stars? Take it, take it. Don't annoy me here. As for who uses it, you have the final say. Anyway, these are enough for dozens of people. Grandma sure impatiently chased Enchanting away. Enchanting's heart was filled with emotions. He carried the heart of stars back and hid in his study room. He stared at the heart of stars in a daze, only feeling his heart was boiling. This was not the heart of stars, this was the student's recognition of the Hidden Dragon Academy. Although it sounded a little official, Enchanting really thought so in his heart. After so many years of hard work, although I've never asked for anything in return, I didn't expect that the rewards would be so much, so generous. Enchanting's heart was filled with emotions. Without delay, he called Wenxingtian and the others. Come over. At night, Grandma sure made dumplings and called Duo and Xiaonian over for dinner. The two of them happily came, but after a few minutes, Lone Eagle, Enchanting, Wenxingtian and the others all came over one after another. They actually sat down at a big table, without saying anything, only coming to eat. Some words didn't need to be said anymore. Grandma sure was very dissatisfied, but she couldn't chase them out. She angrily put down the basin and said, "Are all of you here to eat for free? I don't want to serve you. If you want to eat, you can eat it yourself." Thus, a group of principals and teachers began to roll out the skins and fillings to make dumplings. While working, they watched the news on TV. It was a happy and harmonious atmosphere. Duo and Xiaonian also hurried over to help. Their speed was getting faster and faster. As they made the dumplings, they compared who made the best dumplings. Laughter and laughter filled the room. At this moment, the TV screen suddenly went black. Everyone was stunned. Then, it turned into a white background. Then, lines of blood-red words slowly rose from the bottom of the screen. Emergency report. 10 minutes ago, at 7:10 p.m., the Alliance's army suddenly launched an all-out attack. All 8 fronts are in a state of emergency. The Alliance has mobilized a total of 15 million troops to invade. Currently, the border is already in a bitter struggle. The Alliance's slogan, "Destroy the astral souls in one battle." At the front of the Sun-Moon Pass, the Heavenly King Pass has fallen. The entire Heavenly King city has been turned into ruins. None of the 30,000 soldiers guarding the Heavenly King Pass survived. The final battle between the Alliance and the astral souls has begun today. In an instant, the atmosphere in the living room was extremely solemn. Everyone, whether it was Enchanting, Wenxingtian, Duo, or Xiaonian, were inexplicably shocked. Their mouths were open, but they couldn't say anything for a long time. This message, in blood-red words, scrolled 3 times before the screen returned to normal. However, it had become a scene of fierce battle at the front line. It was obviously filmed from a high altitude. On the vast ground below, countless soldiers were fighting, and their shouts were earth-shattering. When the screen zoomed in, one could see that the battlefield was already littered with corpses. There were soldiers of the Umno Alliance, and there were also soldiers of the Astral Souls. They were quietly lying on the ground. From time to time, they were helplessly lifted up by the strong winds of the battle, and rolled around helplessly. One by one, human heads rolled helplessly on the battlefield amidst the strong winds. Blood spurted high into the sky. The ground had already turned into a bloody mess. The caption slowly appeared. According to intelligence, the Umno Alliance is currently recruiting soldiers. The follow-up troops of the Umno Alliance are already on their way. Everyone is responsible for the rise and fall of the continent. Perhaps this is the final battle of the Astral Souls. We are not sure if we can win this battle, and we are also not sure how long this battle will last. Right now, we can only report this news. Also, on behalf of the soldiers who died protecting the continent, I would like to ask, is there anyone in the Astral Souls who is willing to avenge me? Are the people of the Astral Souls still hot-blooded? The minister's order to conscript the entire nation is still being carried out in full swing. At this moment of life and death, let us fight. After hearing this news, the entire continent was silent. Shocked. No one would have thought that the war between the two worlds would break out just like that. And at such a delicate moment. And once it broke out, it was so tragic and spread across such a vast area. Battles were everywhere in the 10,000 miles of defense line. War of life and death. The final battle of the continent. Yi Chengqing's voice was hoarse, and his eyes were staring blankly. It has broken out. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian were also shocked by this sudden change. Although the two siblings' cultivation levels were not bad, and they had considerable experience, and their hands were stained with blood, they had never really been on the battlefield. At this moment, watching the real battle scene on the television, the two of them could feel the bitterness of the battle. It was an extreme bitterness that would not appear in any Jianghu battle or any sparring session. As the camera panned higher and higher, the scene was still full. In the distance, the Umno Alliance's army was rushing over, and here, the warriors of the Astral Souls were rushing over. In the sky, the experts of the Umno Alliance were rushing over, and here, there were also countless warriors of the Astral Souls rushing over. It was like two huge waves colliding with each other, and after the collision, the entire wave turned into countless water droplets. Countless lives were lost in a single collision. In the distance, the Umno Alliance's army was endless. More and more corpses fell on the battlefield. In just a minute or two, there were already people fighting over a thick layer of corpses. There were corpses of enemies, and there were also corpses of comrades. A strong wind collided, and both sides spat out blood at the same time. The corpses on the ground were no longer able to resist, and they were all torn apart by the strong force. Without the protection of the true inner force, the corpses were naturally unable to resist the impact of the strong cultivators' attacks. No wonder. Teacher Yu Jiwen had said repeatedly that those who could leave their corpses intact on the battlefield and leave their names on the memorial monument were extremely lucky. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at the scene, and only felt dry in his throat. In such a chaotic battle between armies, it was practically impossible to preserve a complete corpse in the end. The Astral Souls and the Umno Alliance's army were doing the same thing as they fought. Whenever they had the time, they would reach out and tear off the collars and badges of the corpses on the ground. Both sides only took the badges from their own side. This was because the badges had the names of the dead comrades. Even though they were fighting and risking their lives, both sides still had a scruple. When killing each other, they would try not to damage each other's badges if they could, so as to leave a chance for future generations to commemorate them. This was the last mutual respect between soldiers. Therefore, Those who did not have any scruples and directly destroyed the badges of the other side would be immediately attacked by the other side, regardless of the cost. This was the strategy of exchanging lives with the tide of people. Even if they had to sacrifice more lives, they had to kill this person. No matter how, you had no choice but to destroy the badges of the other side, the result would be the same. However, after we killed you, we would keep your badges. This was the difference in nature, the fundamental difference. When Zhou Xiaoduo saw this, he realized that he wasn't the only one who had realized this. Everyone who was watching this battle could see this realization. It was so obvious, without any concealment. There were constantly people who were shining with brilliance, shouting their names, and jumping into the dense crowd of enemies to self-destruct. Before they died, they shouted their names for their comrades to hear. "Don't forget to burn incense for me." At this moment, the whole continent was silent. Countless people were shedding tears as they watched this scene quietly. On the battlefield of blood and fire, in the battle of life and death, it was this kind of detail that made people realize something. However, this detail was so touching. Our soldiers are fighting, sacrificing themselves, charging forward, and falling down. On the television, the host's voice was sorrowful. They are waiting for our reinforcements. They need our help. This continent needs us to protect it together. In the autumn of life and death, the war of the destruction of the country has begun. Let's take action. Then, the scene changed abruptly, turning to the endless group of tombstones behind the Sun-Moon Pass. It was neat and tidy, like a military formation that was ready to go. Tombstones stood there silently. All the tombstones were neatly facing the inside of the pass. Countless heroic spirits were silently watching the continent that they had used their lives to protect. Next, the Heavenly King of the Right will speak to the people of the continent. The scene changed, and the Heavenly King of the Right was dressed in martial attire. His body was straight, and his face was solemn and mighty. Standing on the rostrum, he was like a lofty mountain, immovable and unshakable. Even though they were still separated by a screen, everyone on the other side of the screen felt a chill in their hearts. It was as if this glance from the other side had seen into their hearts. The Heavenly King of the Right said in a deep voice, "We will not retreat from this battle. We will not surrender. We will not admit defeat. Even if there is only one soldier left, this continent will still belong to the astral souls. I will only say one thing: fight to the death." When he said the last 4 words, the Heavenly King of the Right's gaze pierced through the screen like a sharp arrow, piercing into everyone's faces and hearts. Fight to the death. The whole continent was filled with roars like a tsunami. All the people of the astral souls continent were boiling with passion at this moment. Chapter 830. All the government departments in various places were suddenly filled with people. There was no call, no request, but everyone took the initiative to donate money and things, generously. The recruitment offices in various places were already filled with people at the first moment. It was so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through. A large group of martial artists lined up neatly, waiting for the test. As long as they passed the test, they could join the army. After a short period of military training, they would go to the front line to face the national crisis together. The astral souls continent was boiling. It was unprecedentedly boiling. At the same time, in Fenghai City, there was also a roar that rose to the sky. Under such an atmosphere, after Zhou Shuai's company received instructions from the higher-ups, everyone began to work overtime. Shi Yunfeng's movies were released consecutively and released in advance. Shi Yunfeng's Young Iron Blood, Shi Yunfeng's Fierce Battle at the Sun and Moon Pass, Shi Yunfeng's Iron Blood General, Shi Yunfeng's Hero and Beauty, Shi Yunfeng's Hidden Dragon Pillar, Shi Yunfeng's Horse Cross Blade, Shi Yunfeng's Last Battle. 7 big movies, breaking the norm, were released on the big screen almost at the same time with only a small time difference. These 7 movies, with the most sincere and realistic method, with only a little artistic embellishment, showed the war scenes in front of people as real battle scenes. Once released, it instantly became popular to the point where thousands of people turned out. Strictly speaking, the release strategy of Shi Yunfeng's movies could be said to be without any rules, only the word reality. However, it was this word reality that everyone wanted to see at the moment. Any so-called realistic interpretation, any large-scale blockbuster, in the end, was still more than an art of life. Compared to reality, it was always a level lower. And the Shi Yunfeng's movies were really only left with reality. The next few movies were all bloody and tragic, showing the battlefield in the most realistic scenes. Until the 5th and 6th movies, The Hidden Dragon Pillar, The Hero and Beauty. The rhythm slowed down a little, and they were fed a bunch of dog food, but they were still full of iron blood and heroines. And finally, the 7th movie, The Last Battle, caused thousands of people to be angry, and thousands of people to be angry. The story of Shi Yunfeng blowing himself up in front of the Sun-Moon Pass had already spread on the internet. Everyone knew that it was a fact. However, when the people watched the movie and saw it with their own eyes, the energy that burst out was simply earth-shattering. He was a young man from a poor family. He worked hard and cultivated diligently. Finally, he was admitted to a martial arts school and made friends with a group of like-minded friends. Then, they would travel the Jianghu together. They would train together. They would catch spies. They would enforce the law. They would protect the people and ensure their safety. They would join the army even though they were weak. They would fight countless battles and have thousands of scars on their bodies. They would go back and forth between life and death. In the end, he was severely injured and could no longer continue. However, he did not forget his original intention and returned to the rear to teach and educate people. He hoped to nurture more talents and pass on the torch. Finally, he was cautious and conscientious all his life and had students all over the world. In the end, he suffered an unjust injustice. Under the slander of public opinion, such a hero was forced to die in front of the Sun-Moon Pass. What kind of tragedy was this? How sorrowful was it for a hero to shed blood and shed tears? However, what made the hero shed tears were the people he had dedicated his entire life to protect. How sorrowful was that? The anger and indignation of the people was simply tearing the liver and dripping blood. Riding on this wave, the higher-ups of the Astral Souls continent immediately came up with a method to manage online discussions. The internet must use real names. Without real name verification, no one is allowed to post information online. Every word and action must come from oneself. All consequences must be borne by oneself. If anyone steals another person's name and identity card to open an account, once verified, there is no need to have criminal evidence. You can be arrested immediately and sentenced to a minimum of 10 years in prison. The country has spent countless resources and power to educate people all over the continent. It is not for you to invert black and white and do evil things just so you can learn a few words. Knowledge is your strength and your weapon. However, it is not something you can rely on to do evil things. It is also not something you can use to sway the people's hearts and stir up chaos in society. As for people or units who are fed by the astral souls and educated by the astral souls continent, but do things that endanger the society of the astral souls for their own personal gain, all of them will be arrested immediately. Regardless of their background, regardless of any reason, they will be sentenced to a minimum of 10 years in prison. If there are more than 100 comments under any article that inverts black and white, and if there are more than 10,000 comments, you will be sentenced to a minimum of 20 years in prison. If there are more than 100,000 comments and more than 1,000 comments, you will all be sentenced to death. In troubled times, severe punishments must be used. The Astral Souls continent will start a crackdown from today onwards. This crackdown includes but is not limited to the internet and the real world. During the crackdown, severe punishments will be meted out. The crackdown will last until the end of the war and the continent returns to its normal state. A series of regulations, mixed with a thunderous murderous aura, came out at the same time. The outbreak of the war was an opportunity. Shi Yunfeng's movie series took advantage of the outbreak of the war to hype up the atmosphere to the sky. At this time, there was no resistance to the introduction of these regulations. Even though some of the regulations were strict to a certain extent, there were almost no voices of opposition. After these regulations came out, the entire Astral Souls continent became a lot quieter. In troubled times, severe punishments must be used. In wartime, severe punishments must be used. This sentence was fully reflected at this time. Because wartime was different from peacetime. There would be too many people who would go against their conscience to make money by eating human flesh and drinking the blood of human heads. However, these regulations would nip all these things in the bud. Whoever felt that they were stubborn and were not afraid of death could come and try. Usually, if they made a mistake, they would be detained. Now, they would be caught with a knife. As long as the law was strict, there would not be so many people who were not afraid of death. In the past, even if the scammers were caught, they would be punished and dealt with privately. However, this time, the scammers would be dealt with directly. Do you think you know how to make money in this way? If you are so good at making money, go and earn it in the underworld. No excuses, no excuses, no excuses. In just one night, countless hooligans became good citizens. They were even more humble than good citizens. Usually, they did not dare to go out. Whenever they went out, they would smile apologetically to whoever they saw. Why? Afraid of being reported. Just one report. Check it out. Damn, you have done so many things. Come, let's see if my steel knife is hard. People like you are a hidden danger. Since someone reported you, who else would I kill if not you? There were also people who jumped out and wrote articles to criticize, saying that it was unreasonable and violated human rights. They still took him down and stabbed him in the neck. I hope you will be reincarnated into a reasonable world full of human rights in your next life. Under such a strict system, the people of the continent of Astral Souls were united against a common enemy due to the outbreak of war. When the crisis of life and death arrived, they were truly united. Even if there were some disagreements, they were completely suppressed. No one dared to say a word. The effects of the jade of geocentric astral souls were immediate. Yi Changqing, Wen Xingtian, and the others recovered after a night of treatment. Furthermore, they had already accumulated their strength for many years. Once they recovered from their injuries, in the following period of time, their cultivation would explosively increase. Following their recovery from their injuries, it would allow the Hidden Dragon Martial School, which had officially begun their wartime education, to reach a higher level. However, those who had entered the Crown Prince's Academy to train did not go to school for the time being. Everyone was digesting what they had gained and was on the verge of breaking through. Li Chenglong was the same. He was about to break through to the cloud transformation realm. Zhua, I think I will break through tonight. I need you to protect me, Li Chenglong said. Zhua Xiaoduo had said many times that he must tell him when he was about to break through. How many times did you suppress it this time? Zhua Xiaoduo asked. 11 times. Li Chenglong's expression was unchanged, but he was a little proud in his heart. The continent of geocentric astral souls had a limit of 9 times. Not only did he break this limit, he even broke through more times. This achievement was certainly worthy of pride. However, after Li Chenglong broke through the limit of 9 times, he understood Zhua Xiaoduo's realm better. I think Sua has already broken through this limit. Otherwise, he would not be so strong. Strength beyond common knowledge, of course, comes from cultivation beyond the limits of ordinary people. Sua Xiao Duo looked at Li Chenglong and said, "Are you sure you want to break through tonight?" "Yes." "Then when your qi reaches its boiling point, eat this." Sua Xiao Duo took out a small bottle. Inside it was a drop of 9 heavens spirit water. "What is this?" "A treasure that can allow you to suppress it at least 2 or 3 times, Sua Xiaoduo said. "That good?" Li Chenglong was shocked. His eyes were full of disbelief. Although he was knowledgeable and wise, it was the first time he had heard of such a level of 9 heavens spirit water. How could he not be shocked? It should be known that suppressing it 2 or 3 times was not a big deal. Sua Xiaoduo and Sua Xiaonian could have suppressed it 20 or 30 times. What was the point? But this was the 2 of them. Well, most readers only paid attention to the 2 of them. However, in this world, the common understanding of suppressing one's true essence to the limit of cultivation was only 9 times. Li Chenglong's 11 times of suppression was already rare and commendable. No, it should be said that it was a miracle that ordinary people could not do. If one wanted to suppress it one more time, it would be an unimaginable great opportunity. Especially for Li Chenglong, he had experienced it firsthand. With perseverance as the foundation, he had suppressed his own cultivation more than 9 times, reaching the height of 10 or 11 times. This made him realize that in the future, when he reached a higher level of cultivation and suppressed it, he could also achieve the same number of times. Because he had opened this gap, his dantian was also used to this kind of suppression. Once this opening was opened, there would be many, many more possibilities for his future development than it was now. Well, this was actually the root meaning of the so-called thorny road at the beginning of cultivation. The common understanding of the thorny road was 9 times. The number of times of suppression for each level was also 9 times. This was definitely a peck. How could it not be? Chapter 831. I only have 3 drops of this. Sua Xiaoduo warned, Nian Nian and I each get 1 drop. This is the last drop. You're lucky. When you go out, you need to keep your mouth shut. Even if your wife and brother-in-law want it, I don't have it. Of course. Li Chenglong rolled his eyes. What kind of person do you think I am? I don't think you are anyone. I only know that for a man who has a wife, his brother will never be as close as his wife. Sua Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. That's why I'm giving you a heads up. Li Chenglong smiled awkwardly. Of course not. Of course not. How can ice egg compare to our friendship? Ice egg. You should get out of here as soon as possible. Okay. Li Chenglong went back to his room and worked hard to activate his primordial qi to prepare for the breakthrough. Sua Xiaonian also asked for her drop. She was also on the verge of a breakthrough. Now the primordial qi in her energy center was like a boiling sea, overflowing with primordial qi. If it wasn't for the fact that she had to convert all this primordial qi into ice elemental moon primordial qi, Sua Xiaonian would have already broken through when she was in Crown Prince Academy. Now, she had reached the point where she had to suppress it. This meant that even with Zhao's help, she could no longer suppress it. It was the limit of the limit. You're taking it tonight. Sua Xiaoduo was delighted, but his face suddenly showed a worried expression. Why? Sua Xiaonian didn't suspect anything and asked in confusion. Consuming this 9 heaven spirit spring water. The risk is very high. At that time, I'm worried that. Sua Xiaoduo's face was filled with worry. Finally, he said, there must be someone guarding by the side. Sua Xiaonian was puzzled, can't you just stand guard for me? Sua Xiao Duo was instantly overjoyed and said, "Good. But you still have to be careful. If there's anything wrong, call me immediately, or break through directly. Safety is the first priority." Sua Xiaoyan didn't understand, but she heard Sua Xiaoduo's words in her heart. She said seriously, "Okay." Sua Xiaoduo thought about it and still felt uneasy. He said, "Let's go to the Tower of Annihilation to break through. In there, no one will disturb you." Sua Xiaoyan readily agreed, "I think so too." "Yes, yes." Sua Xiaoduo tried to control the expression on his face. Hee hee. Hee 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 hee. When? Sua Xiaoduo asked. "Let's wait until after dinner." Sua Xiaoyan thought for a while and said, "During this period of time, I will check the activity of the spiritual qi again to confirm the requirements of the Moon Sutra. It would be best if the spiritual qi has no impurities and all of it is converted into the power of the Moon Sutra. That would be the most perfect state for the breakthrough. I always hope that the breakthrough will be completed without any impurities." "Okay, I'll wait for you." Sua Xiaoduo couldn't hold back the longing in his heart and finally showed a smile. He was afraid that Sua Xiaoyan would find out and ruin his plan, so he quickly lowered his head and walked out. Sua Xiaoyan frowned and looked at Sua Xiaoduo's back. She couldn't help but feel that the sudden smile on this guy's face was the kind of smile that couldn't be held back after his scheme succeeded. What was the little doggy thinking about? Why was his smile so wretched? This little bastard couldn't be planning something bad in his heart, right? Sua Xiaoyan thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out where the problem was. She couldn't help but feel puzzled and pondered. Sua Xiaoduo hummed a tune as he walked out of the door. He sprinted to Boss Sun's side like a wisp of smoke and used his fastest speed to collect the large amount of Star Soul Jade powder that he had accumulated during this period of time. He then left behind a large sum of money for Boss Sun to continue collecting, and then he flew out of the city without stopping. There might be one or two, but there might be 3 or 4. He wouldn't lose anything if he looked over there. Then, he saw that the huge pit over there was filled with a huge amount of Astral Soul's jade powder, and there was a mountain of it on the ground. Sua Xiaoduo didn't hesitate to collect more Astral Soul's jade powder and rush back to the villa without stopping. Sua Xiaoyan is about to take the 9 Heaven Spirit Spring water, so I have to settle all the things at hand. After that, I won't go out no matter what. I'll wait for the moment when she takes the 9 Heaven Spirit Spring water. Her clothes will explode. She'll be naked. As he thought about it, Sua Xiaoduo's saliva dripped into the teacup in front of him. Sua Xiaoduo's style was at this level. It couldn't be any higher. Dinner time soon arrived. Sua Xiaoyan personally cooked dinner and called Li Chenglong and Sua Xiaoduo to eat. There were only the 3 of them in the villa now, and they were busy with something at Grandma Shi's place. Li Chenglong praised as he ate. Sua is so lucky to be able to find such a good wife like Sister Nian. I'm so envious. So delicious. So delicious. So delicious. Li Chenglong swallowed his food and drank to his heart's content. Sua Xiaoduo just smiled reservedly at the side, eating slowly like a gentleman. As for Li Chenglong's praise, he accepted it all without hesitation. My wife is beautiful. She's beautiful, has a good figure, good skin, good temper, good cooking, good temperament, high cultivation, good aptitude, that's all. Sua, I've taken the Jiuxiao Spirit Spring you gave me. It's really effective. Li Chenglong smiled and said gratefully, with this opportunity, I think I can suppress it for another 5 or 6 times. Sua Xiaoduo suddenly became alert. He frowned and whispered, it's good that it's effective. Now that you've just forced out the impurities, why don't you hurry up and eat? This is a critical moment. You can't be careless. Li Chenglong nodded. Yes, that's why I ate quickly. Duo was already a little restless. He urged, cultivation is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you'll fall behind. I think you'd better make up for it as soon as possible. Do you have enough jade of astral souls? If you don't have enough, just say something. The danger of a fierce battle was imminent. As stingy as Duo was, he was prepared to bleed. It was obvious that he was eager to drive people away. If Li Chenglong said something wrong, what he had been looking forward to for so long would be wasted. Li Chenglong said, I think so too. Cui Xiaoyan was finally interested. He said, Xiaolong, do you feel any discomfort after taking the Jiuxiao Spirit Spring? Cui Duo said first, I'm the most qualified to say this. I just feel a little uncomfortable. Nothing else. Li Chenglong completely misunderstood Cui Xiaoduo's meaning and echoed, boss is right. Apart from the instant you consume it, your clothes will suddenly be completely destroyed by the qi energy that will burst out, there's really nothing else. Cui Xiaoduo's face darkened. He said angrily, you're talking nonsense. How can there be such a thing? Cui Xiaoyan frowned and said, what? My clothes will be burst. Li Chenglong panicked under Cui Xiaoduo's murderous gaze. With his intelligence, how could he not know that he had misunderstood and delayed Cui's important life event? He avoided eye contact for a moment and said weakly, well, I have enough resources. I won't trouble you, boss. Ha ha ha. I'm full. Boss is right. Now is a critical time. I'll go cultivate now. It's important to strengthen the foundation. He ran away as he spoke. When he finished his last sentence, Li Chenglong was already gone. Cui Xiaoduo faced Cui Xiaoyan's sharp gaze and forced a smile. Li Chenglong is really a blabbermouth. How can there be such a thing? There's no such thing. Cui Xiaoyan gritted her teeth and nodded slowly. I believe you. She thought of Cui Xiaoduo's words about being a bodyguard. How could she not know that this guy was up to no good? Cui Xiaoyan instantly remembered the strange gaze just now. She also thought of Li Chenglong's clothes exploding and bursting when he mentioned the Jiuxiao Spirit Spring. If what he said was true, wouldn't everything be seen by this guy who was guarding by the side? It turned out that this little bastard had been thinking about this all along. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Finally, she shouted. I don't believe you. Ah! She reached out and grabbed Cui Xiaoduo, who was still trying to quibble. Cui Xiaoyan's face was frosty. Let's go into the Tower of Annihilation. Cui Xiaoduo was dragged in with a grief-stricken face. Give me the Jiuxiao Spirit Spring. Here. Well, come here. What? Under Cui Xiaoduo's grief-stricken gaze, Cui Xiaoyan directly beat him until he couldn't get up from the ground. Then, she took out the Cloud Transformation Realm monster tendons from her space ring, connected them one by one, and tied Cui Xiaoduo up from his shoulders. She tied him up to his ankles. The little bastard was tied up like a human stick. She tried hard and felt that even if this guy's cultivation was 10 times higher, he wouldn't be able to break free. She was relieved. Cui Xiaoduo cried desperately, spare me, Sister Nian. I'll change, okay? I'll go out now. I'll go out and wait for you to finish your cultivation, okay? But how could Cui Xiaoyan trust him now? How could she let him go out? He had the final say in the Tower of Annihilation. What if he suddenly barged in at a critical moment? So, it was necessary to tie him up here first. Cui Xiaoyan thought for a while and took out a bolt of black cloth from her space ring. She cut a few strips and covered Cui Xiaoduo's eyes with them. Layer by layer, she tied a dead knot behind his head. Even so, Cui Xiaoyan was still worried. She tied each of Swishaoduo's fingers tightly with tiny monster tendons. So, Swishaoduo couldn't even move his little finger. He couldn't even blink. But at this point, Swishaonian was still unwilling to give up. She thought for a while and took out a large piece of barbecued meat. It was a whole pork shoulder with tendons. It weighed about 17 or 18 kilograms. She stuffed Swishaoduo's begging mouth with it. Then, she picked him up and threw him into the room with the jade of astral souls. She put 17 or 18 big bells on Swishaoduo's body. Chapter 832. There were also bells placed around Swishaoduo and at the door. There were at least 300 bells placed around Swishaoduo. At this point, Swishaonian felt relieved and walked out. She went to another jade room for astral souls. She took out a lot of astral souls jades and started to absorb them. She slowly accumulated her spiritual energy to the peak and reached the point of explosion. She raised her head and drank the 9 heaven spirit spring. In an instant there was a boom. Swishaonian finally realized that Li Chenglong was telling the truth. She fell down from the top. All her clothes, including her underwear, were shattered into pieces. Thinking of how Swishaoduo kept saying that he would be her personal guard, Swishaonian couldn't help blushing. She couldn't help but feel ashamed. This little puppy really didn't have any good intentions. An hour later, Swishaonian completed her cultivation. She felt that she could suppress it a few more times. She took out her clothes from the ring and put them on. Then she went to the next room. Swishaoduo was still tied up like a dumpling. He had given up struggling and was lying there straight. His eyes were covered with a black cloth and his mouth was stuffed with a 17-kilogram pork shoulder. From his posture, one could see that he had nothing left to live for. Although Swishaonian was ashamed and annoyed, she couldn't help but laugh when she saw him like this. She walked over and took off the pork shoulder. Then she took off the blindfold and put away all the demonic beast tendons. Swishaoduo was still lying on the bed. Motionless. He looked as if he had missed a great opportunity. Hey! Get up. Get up and practice. Swishaoduo acted as if he didn't hear her. Get up. Swishaonian snorted, if you don't get up, I will go back to Shangjing directly after I get out. That won't do. Swishaoduo rolled and got up, no. Humph. I've suffered a great loss. Damn Li Chenglong. I've done so much for him in vain. How could he treat me like this and ruin my plan? Swishaoduo was angry and sad. He swore, this bastard and I can't live under the same sky. The plan that I've been planning for so long was completely destroyed by this guy's words. I've been so devoted to him, and I've never forgotten about him. I've always thought about him. But he betrayed me in such a serious way. I won't forgive him. Swishaoduo gritted his teeth, stomped his feet and roared angrily. His voice was filled with grief and indignation. If he missed this opportunity, the next time he wanted to feast his eyes, he would have to wait until the wedding night. How many years and months would that take? Swishaoduo and I are irreconcilable with you. Swishaoduo wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Such a great opportunity, a heaven-sent match, was missed just like that. Swishaonian looked at him with a faint smile on her face. She was a little proud. She wasn't angry when Swishaoduo said, the plan I've been planning for so long. She even felt a little apologetic. Swishaonian was shocked. Shouldn't I be angry? Why am I so happy? This isn't right. Looking at Swishaoduo's depressed face, Swishaonian rolled her eyes and hated herself for being so useless. She suddenly leaned over and kissed him on the lips with her flower-like lips. Is this okay? Xiao Duo was suddenly refreshed and his eyes lit up. No. What's okay? Xiaonian said reservedly, what's okay? You have to let me kiss you. Xiao Duo was eager to give it a try. He was beaming with joy. The disappointment he felt just now was completely forgotten. Humph. Xiaonian put her hands behind her back and turned her head away. She didn't want to look at him. Xiao Duo quietly moved closer. Xiaonian's face was getting redder and redder, but she resisted the urge to move. Finally, he hugged her, and then... Oh. I didn't agree. Just when the two of them were inseparable, a heat wave suddenly hit them. Xiao Duo and Xiaonian were shocked. How could there be an attack in the Tower of Annihilation? This was too strange. The two of them quickly separated and looked around. However, they didn't find anything. The heat wave was getting hotter and hotter, and they couldn't stand it anymore. Even though Xiao Duo used the flaming sun scripture to absorb as much as he could, the heat didn't decrease at all. Instead, it showed signs of increasing. One had to know that Xiaoduo's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. The heat emitted by the heart of the sun was no longer enough for Xiao Duo to absorb. So, where did this sudden heat come from? Why was it so overbearing? What's that? Xiaonian's sharp eyes pointed to the other side. Xiao Duo looked over and saw a bird's nest made of cotton next to the heart of the sun. At this moment, the bird's nest had already turned into ashes. There was a red egg floating in the air. Below this egg were 5 other broken eggshells. However, there was nothing in the broken eggshells. The remaining egg floated in the air and shone brightly. It was like the sun, emitting thousands of rays of light. Xiao Duo turned to look. He couldn't help but be shocked. Is my divine beast egg going to hatch? Divine beast egg? Xiaonian didn't understand. There were a total of 6 divine beast eggs in the trial space this time. From the looks of it, only one can hatch. Xiaoduo's eyes lit up as he muttered, the egg was already black back then. I didn't have much hope. Although only one can hatch now, it's still better than nothing. Furthermore, just by looking at this posture, it might be extraordinary. Xiaonian couldn't help but look over curiously when she heard Xiaoduo's words. A layer of frost appeared around her, protecting her body. Endless steam rose from her body. Although the heat was scorching, it didn't have any effect on her. The divine beast egg in the air was still spinning. A strange fragrance suddenly spread out and filled the entire space. Then crack. It was a slight cracking sound. Xiao Duo and Xiaonian couldn't help but look over. He saw that the egg in the air had really cracked open a small crack. From the crack, a flame suddenly spurted out. These flames were blazing white in color, and they were filled with extreme fire elemental energy. Xiao Duo was excited to see it. He was about to use his energy to absorb it to strengthen his body, but the flames suddenly retracted. Then, the whole egg kept making cracking sounds. In the blink of an eye, it was full of cracks and was about to shatter. After a series of small duck 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 duck, duck 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 sounds, the egg gently fell to the ground. The duck 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 sound kept ringing. A black gas kept coming out of the crack, full of a demonic atmosphere. As soon as it came out, it would immediately dissipate with the wind. Finally duck. There was a sound. A small black tip suddenly appeared on the surface of the egg and then retracted. Xiaonian's eyes widened. Is that a bird-type demonic beast? Xiao Duo was overjoyed. A flying mythical beast. Xiao Duo had already begun to imagine. If it was really a flying mythical beast. Oh, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die of excitement. Duck, duck, duck. The mythical beast that had suddenly appeared was still pecking at the eggshell. One could imagine how eager it was to get out of the egg. The two of them held their breaths and stared with wide eyes. Their faces were filled with anticipation. They could only watch. This mythical beast had to be done by itself. If an outsider forcibly peeled off the eggshell, it was likely to cause a defect in the mythical beast's life. The gap was getting bigger and bigger. The joy on Zhuo Xiao Duo and Zhuo Xiao and Yan's faces became even more intense. This mythical beast was very energetic. Go over there quickly. I heard that the first person this mythical beast sees when it comes out is its master. It will instinctively think that the master is its mother. It will be very beneficial for taming and training in the future. Zhuo Xiaoyan pushed Zhuo Xiao Duo. You should be the mother. I don't want to be a mother. Zhuo Xiao Duo rolled his eyes. Stop talking nonsense. Zhuo Xiaoyan pushed him over. I already have one. You already have one. Zhuo Xiao Duo was shocked. I haven't even done anything yet. Zhuo Xiao Duo. Zhuo Xiaoyan was furious. I was wrong. Zhuo Xiao Duo hurriedly admitted defeat. Duck, 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 duck. The little yellow beak was like a phantom as it attacked continuously, pecking the eggshell until it was broken into pieces. Finally, with a crisp sound, a small yellow head popped out of the eggshell along with the soft sound. Its round eyes were filled with infinite ignorance and curiosity as it stared at the outside world. It was as if a little bird's head had grown out of the eggshell. It was very cute. Zhuo Xiao Duo went up to it and tried to pretend to be amiable. He smiled and said, "Hello." The little head was startled, and it quickly shrank back into its original position. Zhuo Xiao Duo laughed. After a while, the little head popped out again and looked at Zhuo Xiao Duo in confusion. Gradually, a look of affection and dependence appeared in its eyes. Its round little eyes looked at Zhuo Xiao Duo. Slowly, affection, trust, dependence. All these positive emotions appeared in Zhao's eyes. Zhuo Xiao Duo was overjoyed. It's done. Zhuo Xiaoyan urged. Hurry up and let it recognize you as its master. Okay. Zhuo Xiao Duo drew a pattern in the air with his finger and filled it with spiritual energy. Then, he bit his middle finger and pointed at the center. Then, the circle of light shrank and entered the little head. Then, Zhuo Xiao Duo felt that he seemed to have formed a weak connection with a weak and young soul. He could order this little guy to do anything. After confirming this, he couldn't help but be surprised. It had just broken out of the eggshell, and there was such a clear connection. It seemed that this little guy was really not simple. Gee! The little head opened its mouth and called out in a childish manner. Gee! Zhuo Xiao Duo instinctively felt that something was wrong. This can't be a little chick, right? Chapter 833. The little head chirped happily, shook its head, and then happily pecked at the eggshell next to it. Finally, with a crack, the eggshell split into two halves. A soft yellow, furry little cutie appeared in front of Zhuo Xiao Duo. Gee! Gee! Two soft yellow wings with milk hair flapped, and it chirped affectionately at Zhuo Xiao Duo. At this moment, Zhuo Xiao Duo felt as if he had been struck by lightning. When he saw the little guy in front of him, he immediately collapsed. This was obviously a little chick, and this little chick seemed to be born with a disability. Zhuo Xiao Duo wanted to ask someone, so he angrily asked, "Have you seen a three-legged chick? The one in my house is one. And it has recognized me as its master. Yes, this newly hatched divine beast that Duo had been looking forward to for a long time, seemed to be just a little chick. And it was an extremely rare little chick with 3 legs. 3 delicate claws that were as thick as 3 matchsticks. Its size seemed to be twice as small as an ordinary chick, and it seemed to be stunted. And those 3 legs were all standing firmly on the ground, and there was no distinction between master and servant, nor was there any distinction of superiority or inferiority. Duo covered his forehead with his hand. What a hungry old swan. Just now, in order to subdue the divine beast, Duo had used the life contract that could only be used once in a lifetime, and he had been wholeheartedly thinking of taking advantage of it. In the end, who would have thought that this little chick would come out? And he couldn't do anything to it. If this little chick was killed by Duo or someone else, Duo's divine soul would be damaged, and it would be impossible to recover. What should he do now? The little chick chirped happily, then turned its head, stuck up its butt, and began to peck at the eggshell on the ground again. In just a moment, it had eaten all the eggshells on the ground. With a whoosh with a flap of its little wings, it stood firmly on Duo's palm and rushed towards Duo. Gee! Gee! Through the spiritual connection, a tender and pleading voice sounded, "Mommy, I'm hungry." Oh, my God! Duo wanted to cry but had no tears. I'm an unmarried man, but now I'm an unmarried mother. Oh heavens, oh earth, where can I go to reason with this? What's there to eat? Duo weakly dragged out the pork knuckle and put it on the ground. Xiaonian said angrily, "How can a newborn baby eat this? Are you out of your mind?" Before he could finish his words, Xiaonian widened her eyes. The little guy flew down with a whoosh. Thud thud thud. In just a short while, he had eaten a hole in the big pork shoulder. His entire body had sunk into it, and he was eating very happily. Looks like he's easy to raise. He doesn't have any dietary restrictions. Duo's face was bitter. Xiaonian said, "I feel that this little guy is unusual. He can fly as soon as he's born. That's his special feature." Duo sighed, "No matter how good he is at flying, he's still a chicken." Sigh. And a disabled chicken. Xiaonian said, "Take good care of him. I feel that this little guy is not simple. Maybe there will be a surprise in the future." Duo sighed. Surprise. I didn't expect any surprises. It's true that I'll have a burden from now on. You're a new mother. Hurry up and name your baby. Xiaonian was very excited. She even wanted to laugh. She thought of her Duo, who was well-behaved, cute, smart, and clean. Then she looked at Duo, the little chick. She felt inexplicably proud, inexplicably condescending, and lonely at the top. What name should I give him? Duo rolled his eyes. Little Nyan. Little Nyan Nyan. Little kitty. Little sticky cat. Xiaonian lost her temper. Don't give him such a name. Then what do you think we should call him? Duo was really worried. He couldn't help but feel disappointed in his natal contract's spiritual beast. How about Xiao? Xiaonian thought for a long time, but this was the only name she could come up with. This pair of siblings seemed to be a pair of bad at naming. Well, this little guy will be called Xiao. Duo was dejected. He held the little chick in his hand and said, "From now on, you'll be called Xiao. Do you understand? Do you understand? Do you understand?" Xiao's black eyes looked at Duo, a little at a loss. Chirp. Duo then commanded through his divine thoughts, "From now on, you'll be called Xiao. Do you understand? Chirp, chirp." The little chick tilted its little head and thought for a while, then nodded. Xiao. Swa Xiao Duo called. The little chick immediately turned its head and looked in the direction of the voice. Xiao. Swa Xiaonian called, but Xiao ignored her and continued to eat. It doesn't recognize me. Swa Xiaonian was very dissatisfied. However, Swa Xiao Duo was happy. This means that Xiao is very intelligent and very loyal. It will only recognize one master in its life, and that is me. Swa Xiaonian snorted. However, looking at the smart little chick, Swa Xiaonian remembered some ancient records and said hesitantly, Xiao Duo, Xiao's 3 legs seem a little unusual. Why are they unusual? According to the ancient legends, when the demon court was still in existence, the demon king's original form was a 3-legged golden crow. Swa Xiaonian looked serious and said, could it be the bloodline of the legendary 3-legged golden crow? Swa Xiao Duo was stunned when he heard this, and then turned his head to look at Xiao. Xiao was eating meat with its butt sticking out. It had already eaten meat twice its size, and it was still eating. This foodie is a 3-legged golden crow. Swa Xiao Duo sounded skeptical, but his tone was getting weaker and weaker. I got this in the demon race's secret realm. And in such a dangerous environment. 3 legs. Swa Xiao Duo frowned and thought to himself. Those demon generals sacrificed their lives to protect their 7th prince. But when I went in, I didn't find anything. I only brought out a few eggs. Now it's hatched, and it's really 3 legs. If the Demon King's original form is a 3-legged golden crow, then does it mean the Demon King's direct descendant is also a 3-legged golden crow? If that's the case, is this guy the 7th prince? Because he was seriously injured, so he used this method similar to a phoenix's nirvana to be reborn. The more Swa Xiao Duo thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. However, he only thought about it in his heart and didn't say it out loud. He held Xiao in his hand and looked at it carefully. Xiao rubbed its small sharp beak on Swa Xiaoduo's warm and soft hand, and then wobbled and rolled in Swa Xiaoduo's palm. It could be seen that Xiao was very happy, and it was very satisfied with Swa Xiaoduo's impression of it as its master. Swa Xiao Duo frowned and simply lifted Xiao up, then turned it over and opened its 3 legs to look at it bit by bit. Xiao struggled, and its black eyes rolled happily. It thought that its master was playing with it. So it automatically rolled over, revealing its soft belly. Its 3 legs were wide open, and it was free to be looked at. As far as the eye could see, there were circles of dark golden lines on Zhao's belly, and on closer inspection, there were similar almost undetectable dark golden lines on its legs. Swa Xiao Duo scratched his head. Although there was no evidence to prove it, Swa Xiao Duo was already mentally prepared. This was probably really the Demon King's 7th prince. He had actually been brought out by her. It was just that she had done it in a relatively unconventional way. Now, the 7th prince obviously had no memory, and was just a simple and happy little chick. If those guys know that I rescued the 7th prince, whom they risked their lives to protect, in this way, and kept him as a pet. Swa Xiao Duo shuddered, and his face was a little pale. But how should he deal with this? It had already recognized its master, and it was a natal contract. If it recovered its memory in the future. Swa Xiaoduo's face was bitter, and he poked Zhao's soft belly with his finger. What should I do? What should I do? Gee! Gee! Xiao cried happily. Its 2 eyes looked at Swa Xiao Duo innocently, and its soft body rolled wantonly in Swa Xiaoduo's palm, like an earthworm pupa. Forget it, let's wait and see. Swa Xiao Duo sighed, maybe it's not. Swa Xiaonian frowned, then do you hope it is? Or do you hope it isn't? Sua Xiao Duo was stumped by this question. Do I hope it is, or do I hope it isn't? From the bottom of my heart, of course I hope it is. Sua Xiao Duo said seriously, the more extraordinary its foundation is, the more room for growth it will have in the future. At that time, it will be an excellent help to me. What's more, in the future, when the monster clan returns to the continent, maybe it will be useful. Sua Xiaoduo's words were said after careful consideration. At that time, even if the situation developed to the point of no return, Xiao could be more or less a bargaining chip in his hands. Right? Sua Xiaoduo did not tell Sua Xiaonian that Xiao might be the seventh prince of the monster clan. This was really a big matter, and he did not want Sua Xiaonian to worry. As for when it recovers its memory in the future, Sua Xiaoduo sighed. Such an arrogant existence would never allow itself to become someone's pet. Once it regained its memory, it would be a big trouble. But the contract between them was a natal contract, and it could not be easily broken. If it was broken by force, he would suffer a great backlash, and it would be impossible for him to reach the great path. If it really came to that, there were only two ways to go. The first was to kill Xiao directly, and the second was to kill Sua Xiaoduo, and Xiao would be free. But Sua Xiaoduo was not happy to see either of these options, and he was inevitably worried. Well, let's take it one step at a time. You are Xiao, my pet. This is an irrefutable fact. Even if you are the three-legged golden crow, even if you are the seventh prince of the monster clan, even if you really recover your memory, can't you still be my pet? As long as I stand high enough, everything else is not worth mentioning. Chapter 834. Sua Xiaoduo harumphed, his heart filled with lofty sentiments. So what if he was the crown prince of the demon clan? Even if the demon king came. Cough, I'll admit defeat. But now, whether it was giving up on Xiao or killing Xiao, Sua Xiaoduo would not consider either option. It's okay. Sua Xiaoduo thought it through and waved his hand. From now on, you are my Xiao. Nothing will change that. Xiao looked at Sua Xiaoduo in confusion. He did not understand his mother's words. I am your Xiao. That sounded so weird that he let go and Xiao landed on the floor of the Tower of Annihilation. He pounced on the piece of meat and gobbled it up. After eating for a while, he suddenly turned his head and looked at the heart of the scorching sun. He looked at it curiously, then walked over and pecked it with his sharp beak. Instantly, a wave of heat was expelled, and Xiao Xiao was shocked. He ran back while squeaking. He pointed at the heart of the fierce sun with one of his featherless wings and complained to Sua Xiaoduo. I was bullied by that rock. Mommy, help me vent my anger. Sua Xiaoduo was angry and amused at the same time. Even if you are the seventh crown prince of the demon clan, you have just been born and you want to provoke the heart of the scorching sun. Are you crazy? But this time, he had to comfort him. After all, he called him mommy, so he was his son. Sigh, he should have called him daddy. Sua Xiaoduo took out a lot of meat from the space. There were nascent soul beasts, cloud transformation beasts, god reigning level beasts, and the meat of that big scorpion. Xiao Xiao took 2 bites of each. When she took a bite of the demon king's meat, her body suddenly turned fiery red. However, she seemed to be drunk. She swayed on the ground and fell to the ground. A moment later, he crawled to his feet, but he didn't dare to eat the demon king's meat. However, he completely ignored the soul transformation and cloud transformation cultivator's meat and buried his head in the meat of a god-reigning stage demonic beast. This demonic beast weighed at least a few thousand kilograms. Even if Xiao's appetite was not bad, he could still eat for a period of time. Furthermore, through the choice of food, it was once again proven that Xiao's roots were truly extraordinary. How could it be a small matter to feed on a spirit-controlled demon beast as soon as he was born? Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan finally relaxed and walked out of the Tower of Annihilation together. In the tower, Xiao looked around blankly. Her mother had really left. Forget it. There was so much delicious food here. Let's eat first. Above the ley lines of the Void Extermination Tower, the Huahuang sword shone brightly as it hovered in the air. It carefully extracted traces of energy and slowly poured it into Zhao's body. What should he do? Now, the Huahuang sword was also at a loss. He didn't know what to do. Now that he was in this state, the difficulty of recovering his memories was too high. After so many years, it was already a miracle that the seventh prince's spirituality had not been completely worn out. Although it was like starting over, it was still better than being completely destroyed. Anyway, I'm just a sword and I've changed owners. This is all I can do for you. The Huahuang sword sighed. Seventh prince, oh seventh prince, in the future, it all depends on your own luck. Looking at the seventh prince who was trying his best to eat meat, the Huahuang sword's feelings were really complicated. There was even a kind of speculation that he didn't dare to believe that was gradually forming. If this new owner, in the future, really fulfills the task entrusted by the gourd vine, then, in fact, if you follow him, compared to returning to the Demon League to be the crown prince, your future may be brighter and more brilliant. Although this was just a thought, the Huahuang sword was still thinking about it. But ever since he came to the Tower of Emptiness, especially after seeing the scene inside the Tower of Emptiness and the Dragon of Destiny, it was impossible that he didn't have other thoughts. After all, with Zhuo Xiaoduo's age, to be able to obtain such a fortune, his luck was so strong that it was shocking and unimaginable. Even though the Huahuang sword had lived for a long time, this was the first time in his life that he had seen it. But even so, all of these were still wishful thinking that could not become reality. Even though this kid's luck was so strong that it was unprecedented, no one dared to say what the future would be like now. After all, in today's world, no one knew better than the Huahuang sword what Zhuo Xiaoduo would face in the future. It was an existence that made people despair just thinking about it. My life is still bitter. Even if there is a little sweetness in the bitterness, 99% of it is still bitter, the Huahuang sword thought. Yes, in the eyes of the Huahuang sword, everything that Zhuo Xiaoduo had now was just a little sweetness. Although it was better than nothing, it was still not worth mentioning in the future. Nian Nian Cat, how do you feel after drinking the 9 Heavens spiritual spring this time? The Zhuo Xiaoduo asked. I feel that I can suppress it a few more times. It will be of great benefit to my future. Zhuo Xiaoyan pondered and said, and it wasn't until now that I've truly comprehended the spirit reigning art. In other words, the spirit reigning art is completely different from what I originally thought. What do you mean? Reigning spirit, what is spirit? It is neither divine sense nor divine thought, but the spirit. The Zhuo Xiaoyan said, the reigning spirit is. When a cultivator finally touches the level of the spirit, he can really control his spirit to interfere with the enemy and launch a different form of attack. In other words, it is a battle on another level. But the reigning spirit is just a simple realization of this point. It is still a simple activation. As for the deeper level, it is still far from being involved. The Zhuo Xiaoyan frowned and said, in fact, the level of the reigning spirit is a bit exaggerated. At least from my understanding, it is more appropriate to call it the spirit-knowing spirit. The Zhuo Xiaoduo pondered and imagined, and said, I see. Nian Mao, you have a lot of adventures in this trial. You still have a lot of foundation. Why don't you seize the time to complete the compression and then try to break through the reigning spirit? The Zhuo Xiaoduo said, since you have applied for a month's leave, you can stay in the Tower of Annihilation to cultivate. You can go back when you break through the reigning spirit state. During this trial, I accidentally obtained a lot of high-quality jade of astral souls. I don't have to worry about lacking cultivation resources. Okay. The Zhuxiaonian nodded. As the war broke out, the position of the Nine Heavens Pavilion would become more and more important. For example, the people like the Zhuxiaonian would become the kind of people who could patrol the whole continent when they broke through the returning mystic state that the continent's upper echelons were relatively weak. It was an excellent time for management, but at the same time, it was also a good time for the enemy to infiltrate and destroy. I wonder when our batch of students will be allowed to go to the battlefield. The Zhuxiao duo was somewhat fascinated. All the martial artists in the continent have been called up, but the high martial arts colleges have not received the call yet. The Zhuxiaonian said calmly, I think the strength of the talents that the high martial arts colleges are training now is insignificant compared to the strength of the battlefield. However, countless middle and low-level officers are taken up by the students of high martial arts colleges who have grown up. Be it in terms of battle command, overall vision, worldview, etc., the students who have studied in high martial arts colleges are always stronger than the military personnel who were born and raised in society. This is the key reason why the continent values high martial arts students. Now the upper echelons don't use high martial arts colleges, but once they do, it will be like a thunderbolt. The Zhuxiaonian said, you also have to be prepared to turn your foundation into strength as soon as possible. For a long time to come, you will have to replace ordinary cultivation with actual combat. I understand. The mention of the front line made the Zhuxiao duo even more worried. The news of the group of people who had gone to change the defense had come back last night. After Xiang Quangren and the others sent these students, they stayed there for a few days and then came back with a few teachers. However, before they could return to Hidden Dragon High School, they received bad news. Of the 2,970 people who had gone to the battlefield, 1,700 died on the spot when the battle broke out that night. After going through a few more battles, there were less than 1,000 students who were still alive to be on guard duty. The tragic situation of the war was indescribable. Now, the whole Fenghai city was almost filled with cries. The local government organized personnel to go to the front line to bring the martyrs' relics home. Under normal circumstances, these things were done by the military. However, now that the military had sent all its personnel, there was no more manpower available. Xiang Quangren, who was still on the roundabout road, received a notice, wait there. After gathering the personnel, immediately turned back to bring the martyrs home. It was said that Xiang Quangren was stunned on the spot. 2,970 people. It had only been a few days, and they had to go back to bring back 2,000 martyrs. Just a few days ago, I brought them here. Along this road, there was laughter all the way, and they were in high spirits. Each and every one of their youthful faces was filled with longing, hope, and smiles. Now, those young faces had lost 2,000 in just a few days, that when Zhuxiaonian was practicing, Zhuxiao duo finally noticed Xiao duo's existence. This is the ice spirit. Zhuxiao duo looked at the ice spirit curiously. Ahem, yes. It's a good thing that it recognized a master. Why didn't you tell me? It looks exactly like you. TSK. Zhuxiao duo looked at it with a face full of surprise. I forgot to tell you. Zhuxiaonian was a little guilty. Did you give it a name? Ahem, I did. What name? Zhuxiaonian rolled her eyes a few times, and finally said. Xiao duo. Xiao duo. Zhuxiao duo jumped 3 feet high. This name is not good. Absolutely not. Xiao duo was not satisfied. She pouted and looked at Zhuxiao duo, wanting to blow a cold wind at him. How dare you say that my name is not good? It's a name that has already recognized a master. Swishounian said weakly, I think it's quite smooth. I wanted to name it Xiao Doggy, but she didn't want to, Xiao Duo was speechless. You even want to name your ice spirit after me? Xiao Duo. You might as well name it Xiao Doggy. Chapter 835. Seriously. Xiao Duo tugged at his hair and said, Nian Nian Cat, can you change her name? No. Xiaonian was adamant. Why don't you change her appearance? Xiao Duo finally seized the opportunity and said angrily, can she not look like you? Can't she look like me? I think she looks good. Xiaonian was genuinely confused. Humph. This kind of innate spiritual creature can grow up. Xiao Duo snorted and said, she looks exactly like you. Are you trying to find me a concubine? Anyway, I will never agree to her marrying someone else in the future. Pfft. Xiaonian spat out a mouthful of saliva. How could that be? Is he jealous? How could the ice spirit get married? She is the essence of nature. If she was not a living person, who would she marry? Xiaonian was surprised. I don't care if it's possible or not. Anyway, I have to make this clear to you. If she grows up, she can only be my concubine. There's no other possibility. Xiao Duo was very determined on this point. She can't be given to anyone else except me. I won't agree to it. A sly look flashed in his eyes. It was impossible for the ice spirit to grow up. Xiao Duo knew this very well. He and Li Chenglong had looked up a lot of information on this point. They had also read countless ancient legends. However, Xiaonian was not as bored as the two of them. When two single men were together, all kinds of strange thoughts would pop up. When Xiao Duo and Li Chenglong were investigating, only God knew what kind of thoughts they had. Anyway, Li Chenglong's expression was very undulating and his eyes were very persistent. Xiaoduo's expression was also very lascivious. There was also some longing in his eyes. But in the end, the two of them extinguished all of their fantasies. The ice spirit can't grow up. Xiaonian was also surprised by Xiaoduo's strange question. It's just an innate spiritual creature. How can it? There are many innate spiritual creatures that become spirits in ancient legends. Xiao Duo was very insistent. In many novels, there are innate spiritual creatures that get married and even have offspring. It's not uncommon. Why don't you change her appearance? Otherwise, she'll definitely be your concubine. Xiaonian felt that her brain had been turned upside down. She could not think straight. She said, Zhaozi's nature is just a piece of ice. She can't get married. She's SSSS. She's right, the spirit. Right, the spirit. Yes, 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 the spirit. Why? I'll feel like I've been cuckolded. Xiaonian was helpless. She went to discuss with Xiao. Xiao firmly refused to change her appearance. Xiaonian fixed her appearance at her age. It was the most perfect appearance in the world. She would never change it. How could she settle for the next best thing? Impossible. I can't change my appearance. Besides, I don't even have a gender. How can I get married? The ice spirit was speechless at someone's jealousy. Why does this human seem to be crazy? I'm just a piece of ice. You're a pervert to be jealous of me. Of course, with the purity of the ice spirit, she would never know what Xiao Duo was really thinking. What if you become bigger? Swa Xiao Duo refused to budge. There's no what if. Humph. Even if you say so, I'm still a little worried. Swa Xiao Duo appeared to be a little brooding. Xiao Xiao Duo was fuming. Her finger-sized body grew bigger because of Swa Xiao's anger. Swa Xiaoyan asked Xiao to take back the spiritual sword and rest. She said, I'll work slowly in the future. Why are you in such a hurry? Really? You're jealous for no reason at all. Swa Xiao Duo said seriously, this is a matter of principle for me. I can't ignore it. Swa Xiaoyan was even more speechless. However, Swa Xiaoyan knew what Swa Xiao Duo was thinking. She couldn't help but think about it too. It was better to be safe than sorry. Swa Xiaoyan thought, Xiao Duo doesn't mind having the ice spirit as his concubine. What he cares about is whether the ice spirit will grow up and get married. Although this possibility is very small, so small that it might even be groundless and wishful thinking, little Duo still has to be on guard. Swa Xiaoyan was also worried. However, this had a different meaning for Swa Xiaoyan. After considering this problem from a personal standpoint, Swa Xiaoyan found that she could neither accept Xiao growing up and getting married, nor accept Xiao becoming Swa Xiao's concubine. As this matter was put aside for the time being, Swa Xiao Duo brought it up with a sad face. Swa Xiaoyan made Xiao look like herself. This matter caused a lot of pain to her. She was heartbroken. Therefore, Swa Xiaoyan had to make it up to her. And she had to make it up to her seriously. How? Swa Xiaoyan thought about it. Following Swa Xiao's train of thought, she actually felt that she was in the wrong. She wanted to accept this plan. Sleep with me at night. Swa Xiao Duo put forward his request in a righteous manner. And you have to dance for me. I need to wear cat ears and a cat tail to soothe my broken heart. Swa Xiao Duo finally revealed his true motive. His wild ambition was as clear as day. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Swa Xiaoyan refused vehemently. We slept together a lot when we were young. It's not like we haven't slept together before. That was when we were young. Do you think you're still a child? I don't care. You have to accept it. This is your punishment, and then it's my compensation. If you don't do it, it means that you haven't realized your mistake. Therefore, the two of them began to bargain fiercely and finally reached an agreement. Swa Xiaoyan would dance for Swa Xiao Duo, and this matter was over. Sleeping together or whatever, was removed. Furthermore, the two of them had a new round of argument about whether or not to bring the cat's ears and tail during the dance. In the end, Swa Xiaoyan won with difficulty. You can do without the cat's ears and tail. Swa Xiaoyan thought that she was in a desperate situation. Unexpectedly, she was able to turn the situation around and win 2 rounds in a row. Didn't that mean that she had the upper hand? She was relieved that she finally convinced him. You're lucky. Swa Xiao Duo seemed to be very magnanimous. Finally, the problem was solved. Swa Xiaoyan was also relieved and relaxed. However, after a while, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. It was too easy to solve this problem with a dance. Suddenly, her head was in a knot, and a question mark slowly appeared on her forehead. This. How did it inexplicably involve a dance? Why did I agree to a dance? Swa Xiaoyan was a little confused. How did they talk about this? It was obvious that she was defeated. Why did she feel that she had the upper hand? In the end, even the condition of dancing without sleeping with him was proposed by her. Then, Swa Xiao Duo disagreed in every possible way. She even begged him to agree. Swa Xiaoyan couldn't help but scratch her head in confusion. Something was wrong. Swa Xiao Duo had already returned to his room and started to search for videos. Xiaonian bit her plump lips and stood in the living room. She felt that there was something wrong with this matter, that I must have been tricked. But when did I get tricked? How did it become that I had to compensate him? This matter was so complicated. How did it develop? Xiaonian was completely confused. If Xiaonian's mother, Wu Yuting, was beside her, she would definitely be distressed and hateful. My dear girl, you have no hope in this life. Little doggy has a profound plan. Do you think he doesn't know that Ice Spirit won't grow up and marry? He's just using this as a pretext to make a fuss and stir up trouble. You were tricked from the beginning. You felt that what he said made sense. You felt that you owed him. How could it be good? You should think about it the other way around. That guy said he was going to marry a concubine. What did that do to you? Why didn't you get jealous? Why didn't you use this as a pretext to make a fuss? You missed such a good opportunity. You're hopeless. You'll be eaten by that guy for the rest of your life. I can't watch this anymore. In the room, Xiao Duo was rolling on the bed happily. She covered her mouth and chuckled. Finally, this day has come. Ha ha ha, Nian Kitty, do you think you can escape from me? Do you think I don't know that Ice Spirit won't grow up? Do you think I'm as stupid as you? But today, you have to dance this dance no matter what. Xiao Duo put her phone on silent mode. She concentrated on searching for all kinds of dances. Which one should she let Nian Kitty dance? This matter had to be done step by step. It had to be done safely. She couldn't do something too flirtatious. If she was scared, not only would she not dance, but she would also beat her up. It would be fine if that was all. More likely, this benefit would be gone forever. Therefore, she had to choose something more conservative. She had to throw a tantrum and feel that it wasn't that shameful. Although she was embarrassed, she could still accept it. That would work. That way, she could show how considerate she was. Then, she could say arrogantly, "Actually, I don't want you to dance. Look, I chose something easy, didn't I? Actually, I was just joking with you." Then, that everything had to be done step by step. When the conditions were right, success would come naturally. It had to be said that Xiao Duo had used 1,000% of her intelligence to deal with Xiaonian. She could be said to be very intelligent. She took into account Xiaonian's personality and her family's position in the family. She planned everything carefully and steadily, nibbling away at every inch. If he put this skill into military research, it would only take a few minutes for him to replace Li Chenglong as the military advisor of the generation that I remember. A friend said that if I put all my effort into pursuing my girlfriend into studying, I would have gone to Tsinghua University a long time ago. Ahem, the same logic. Chapter 836. The doorbell rang. Xiao Duo quickly put away his phone and sat on the bed, deep in thought. Xiaonian was depressed and resentful. She walked in with a sullen face and pouted. "Damn it, do you have to dance?" Xiao Duo sighed and said, "I don't have to ask you to dance, but you really made me sad today. I feel like I've been taken advantage of. My name has become your pet. It's okay if you don't want to dance. You can sleep with me and do nothing." Xiao Duo kept a straight face. "Anyway, I can't do anything if you don't admit it." Xiaonian snorted and began to feel uneasy. It seemed that Xiao Duo was really angry this time. It couldn't be, right? "Then I won't dance. I'll go out." Xiaonian asked tentatively. Xiao Duo snorted and turned around, his butt facing Xiaonian. He ignored her and said sullenly, "Do whatever you want." Upon hearing this, Xiaonian was in a dilemma again. She pouted and rubbed her toes on the floor. It seemed that he was really angry. Sui Xiaoduo took his phone and played with it with his back facing Sui Xiaoyan. The atmosphere in the room was very gloomy. Sui Xiaoyan stole a few glances at Sui Xiaoduo. Seeing that he had turned around and was ignoring her, she had to say sadly, "Okay, I'll dance for you." Sui Xiaoduo turned around like a whirlwind. Really? At this time, he had to give her a way out. If he didn't give her a way out, everything would be over. If he had the mindset of a straight man and said, "I don't want you to dance. Do you want to dance or not?" then he would be done for. He had to suddenly appear pleasantly surprised, as if he was saying, "I really like your dance, and I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Just now, I was angry because of this, but now it's all good." It would give the woman a sense of accomplishment. Just a dance and I'll be coaxed. It's a matter of one sentence. As a result, there were endless possibilities and countless benefits to be gained. Sure enough, Sui Xiaoyan felt relieved. She had finally coaxed him. She pouted and said, "Actually, you just wanted to see me dance. That's because you dance well." Is it really beautiful? What dance? Let me say this first, I'm not going to dance that kind of too. I've already made my choice. Sui Xiaoduo took out his phone and flipped through it at lightning speed. He said, "Look at this." Standing on the grassland and looking at Beijing. "This dance is very ethnic. Look. As he spoke, he opened the video. Sui Xiaoyan blushed and looked over. She saw that there weren't many seductive movements. The whole time, they were talking happily. "How is it?" "It's really not difficult." Sui Xiaoyan watched it once and felt that she could already dance. "Then, should I play the music? Do you want to practice it a few times first?" Sui Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. "Okay. No. We agreed to just dance once." Sui Xiaoyan almost fell for it. "I'm not worried that you're not familiar with it. If I'm not familiar with it, I won't show it to others. Anyway, it's just one dance. It's up to me how I dance. It's fine as long as I feel the same way." Sui Xiaoyan watched the video 3 times and then simulated the movements in her mind. She opened her eyes and said, "It's done." He. Good. Sui Xiaoduo almost laughed lewdly. Sui Xiaoduo cleaned up a space in the bedroom. Then, he quickly turned on the stereo and turned on the computer to find the music. 1, 2, 3. Go. Sui Xiaoyan blushed and started to dance. He had to admit that Sui Xiaoyan had a graceful body. Her body proportions were so perfect that no one could find fault with it. When she danced, it was indeed beautiful. Although she was still a little shy, in Sui Xiaoduo's eyes, it was already impeccable. He was immediately intoxicated. Especially when her cloud-like long hair suddenly floated up. It was simply too beautiful for the eyes to take in. When the song ended, Sui Xiaoduo's soul was still floating. Sui Xiaoyan went over to turn off the music. Her face was red. She said shyly and angrily, "Are you satisfied?" Sui Xiaoduo was touched. He said, "Nian Mao, you're so nice. You knew that I was pretending to be angry, but you still came to coax me. The next time I see Mom and Dad, I'll kowtow to them and thank them for finding me such a good wife." He was extremely proud. Finally, he took another step forward. "Nian Mao, one day, I'll be able to coax you into doing 360 positions." Sui Xiaoyan was still a little upset. No matter what, she felt that she was forced to do it. Now that she heard this, all her emotions disappeared. She snorted and said, it's good that you know. If I didn't want to dance, I wouldn't dance for you even if you cried to death. That's why you're still the best. You're the best to me. Remember to continue to be good to me, and only me. Sua Xiaoduo was touched. He held Sua Xiaonian's hand gently and held her waist. He was satisfied and said from the bottom of his heart, my wife is still the best. My dearest wife is the best. Sua Xiaonian's heart was suddenly filled with tenderness. She asked softly, did I dance well? Yes, yes, Sua Xiaoduo praised without stopping, it was so beautiful. I was mesmerized just now. Sua Xiaonian's heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. I'm going to delete all the videos of these dances. After watching your dance and then watching their dance, it's so disgusting. I can't bear to watch. Sua Xiaoduo laughed and praised from the bottom of his heart, you danced so well. So good. So good. After being praised continuously, Sua Xiaonian's embarrassment gradually disappeared. She smiled like a flower. Seeing that Sua Xiaoduo was so happy, Sua Xiaonian was also happy. She whispered, in the future. I'll dance for you when I have time. She regretted it as soon as she said it. Yes, yes, yes. Sua Xiaoduo nodded quickly. Then, he was overjoyed and asked in shock, really? Sua Xiaonian's regrets suddenly disappeared. She rolled her eyes and said, silly, of course it's true. Nian Nian cat, you're so nice. You're so nice. Sua Xiaoduo hugged Sua Xiaonian and rested his head on her shoulder. He said with great emotion. This time, unexpectedly, she didn't act unruly. Sua Xiaoduo knew that Sua Xiaonian was in a state of tenderness and happiness. If he was rude at this time, he was afraid that he would interrupt her self-hypnosis. Therefore, he just hugged her obediently. Sua Xiaonian was indeed in a state of tenderness and happiness. Leaning in Sua Xiaoduo's arms, she felt that her life was complete and full of tenderness and sweetness. After a while, she couldn't help but turn her face and kiss Sua Xiaoduo on the lips. She said, Duo, actually. I'm willing to dance for you. Sua Xiaoduo didn't take the initiative. He just pouted and begged, kiss me again. Sua Xiaonian snorted. After hesitating for a while, she finally came up to him again. However, Sua Xiaoduo gently hugged the back of her head and kissed her. A few minutes later, Sua Xiaonian was panting. Her starry eyes were intoxicated. She said, let's start practicing. It's important to improve our cultivation. Okay. Ever since Sua Xiaoduo succeeded in his request for a dance, he had shown a gentlemanly and considerate demeanor, which made Sua Xiaonian's heart feel very warm. She even took the initiative to kiss Sua Xiaoduo once after entering the Tower of Emptiness. Sua Xiaoduo was so happy that he almost laughed out loud. It worked. I'm really a genius at picking up girls. Nian Nian cat is so easy. Ha ha ha, one night in the outside world was equivalent to 30 days in the Tower of Emptiness. Therefore, Sua Xiaonian suppressed her cultivation twice in one night. This time, she used the best quality jade of astral souls. Sua Xiaoduo was worried that there were too many impurities in the top quality jade of astral souls. Moreover, it was the first time for the god-reigning grade to cultivate the divine spirit. Therefore, he used the best quality jade of astral souls to assist her cultivation. This was to ensure that Sua Xiaonian's foundation wouldn't be unstable after she broke through. Sua Xiaonian didn't want to be so extravagant. After all, the best quality jade of astral souls was priceless. Its relatively rare nature was already deeply rooted in people's hearts. However, when she saw Sua Xiaoduo piling up a small mountain of best quality jade of astral souls, she finally changed her mind. Then I'll use the best quality jade of astral souls to cultivate. Sua Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. Don't you feel pressured now? Sui Xiaoyan rolled her eyes as well. Why would I feel pressured when I use my husband's things? Isn't what's yours also mine? Sui Xiaoduo was overjoyed. He felt his body go limp. Well said. What's mine is yours. What's your husband's is definitely yours. Call me husband again. Sui Xiaoyan felt that something was wrong the moment she opened her mouth. She was already blushing. Sui Xiaoduo felt that he had taken advantage of her, so he didn't force her. Thus, Sui Xiaoyan began to cultivate. Sui Xiaoduo could usually enter a meditative state within a minute. However, after being called husband, he was still smiling like a fool for half an hour. Hee hee. Hee hee. Hee hee hee. Hee 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 hee. Hee 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 hee. After a long while, someone finally woke up and hurried to cultivate. I must reach the fairy realm as soon as possible. I must reach the fairy realm as soon as possible. Everything is for the wedding night. Everything is for the wedding. Everything is for the wedding. Everything is for the sake of being a real man. All the best. Here you go. This time, Sui Xiaoduo directly brought the heart of the fierce sun over. He had the heart of the fierce sun in one hand and the supreme grade astral soul's jade in the other. He even sat on a huge piece of supreme grade astral soul's jade and held the dragon blood flying dagger close to his chest. As he circulated his energy, countless streams of pure spiritual qi rushed towards his dantian. In just one night, the number of times he suppressed it had increased from 19 to 23 times. The effect was remarkable. Sui Xiaoduo even felt that he still had a lot of room for improvement in this round. However, the process of suppression was becoming more and more painful. Sui Chonglu's words rang in Sui Xiaoduo's heart again and again. Cultivation is never a happy thing. Cultivation is, in fact, climbing from a mountain of blades to an even higher mountain of blades. Only when you reach the peak of each mountain will you have a moment of comfort. But then, you have to climb even higher mountains of blades, suffer even more pain, and suffer even more torment. This is cultivation. This is the path of cultivation. It's difficult and rugged. Chapter 837. Why is it that there are always people who have a peaceful temperament but whose temperament changes drastically after cultivating for a long time? It's because this kind of pain is not only a burden on the body but also on the mind. Why do we need to fight, learn from each other, train, and travel? On the one hand, it's necessary on the path of martial arts. On the other hand, it's to relieve pressure and release the mind. Therefore, when a martial artist's cultivation reaches a certain level, the so-called torture is nothing to them. Of course, there are also those who have cultivated for a long time and have a long lifespan. They are especially afraid of death and torture. This is because when they reach a certain age and feel that they have no hope of reaching the top, their lifespan is limited. That's why they indulge in pleasure and indulge in sensual pleasures. They pay special attention to their physical body and are naturally afraid of injury and pain. However, for those who are on the road, torture is a piece of cake. Because of their own cultivation, they are undergoing this baptism and tempering almost every day. Sui Xiaoduo recalled his father's words as he cultivated quietly. Slowly, he felt that every word his father said seemed to have too much truth. And this was something that he couldn't obtain by immersing himself in cultivation. This night, Sui Xiaoduo's side was peaceful. However, for the border, it was unusually tragic, even more so than before. Every second, countless people died. Battles broke out in all directions, and the dark clouds of war filled the entire continent. Emperor Zhai Xing had been trying to contact the Flood Witch from the beginning, but he couldn't reach her at all. Not only the Flood Witch, but the 12 shamans couldn't be contacted either. He could only see the Umno Alliance attacking wildly as if they had gone crazy. He was burning with anxiety. This was completely different from what they had agreed on. Was the Umno Alliance crazy? Seeing that the attacks were coming one after another, and each wave was stronger than the last, Emperor Zhai decided to travel through the void. He tore through space again and directly arrived at the Umno Alliance's main hall. Unfortunately, the response he received was, "The great shaman has gone into seclusion. There's an urgent matter." Even if there's an urgent matter, it won't do. When Monarch Zhai Xing saw that there was no point in arguing, he directly attacked the Umno Alliance's main hall. After letting out a long howl, he began to smash everything in a frenzy. After a long while, the Great Witch of Fire came out with an unkind face. "Are you crazy? You're the crazy one. What about Flood? My boss is in seclusion. Didn't the subordinates tell you?" The star-plucking monarch felt that he had nothing to say to this fellow. "How can you attack like this?" This was a tactic of mutual destruction. Was this a training exercise? What's there to practice? The Great Fire Witch frowned. What's wrong? The Umno Alliance's current attack pattern is basically killing 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 of our own men. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. This is different from what we agreed on. The star-plucking monarch was sweating profusely. If this goes on, the only outcome is that the elites of both sides will be wiped out. The so-called training of soldiers and the so-called geniuses will no longer exist. The geniuses will only die faster. The Great Fire Witch was startled. It can't be, right? The star-plucking monarch was speechless. It can't be, right? How can you ask this question? Who gave the war order? The Great Fire Witch's forehead was full of sweat. I gave it. Then how did you give it? The Great Fire Witch pulled the star-plucking monarch into his room and rummaged through a wastepaper basket. He found the war order and said, "There's nothing wrong with the order." The star-plucking monarch was so angry that his nose was crooked. He roared, "You call this nothing wrong? Do you have any culture?" The Great Fire Witch's face darkened. No culture. What's wrong? The star-plucking monarch panted heavily and didn't want to talk. Order the 4 armies of the Umno Alliance to attack the astral souls immediately. Show the power of the Wu people and build the foundation of the Umno Alliance. The Great Fire Witch frowned and said, "What's wrong with this order? Show the power of the Wu people?" Yes, show off and show off. Show off your prodigies and build the foundation of the Umno Alliance. His words were full of majesty and murderous intent. There was nothing wrong with it at all. It was the temperament of a Great Fire Witch. The star-plucking monarch closed his eyes and panted heavily. "I don't want to talk to you anymore. You can ask the heavenly kings under your command. Ask them what they think. Right now, I just want to kill you, idiot." The Great Fire Witch's face darkened. He directly ordered several heavenly kings who were commanding the war to enter the hall. After a full hour, 2 heavenly kings flew in through the air. These 2 were also on the way to the front line when they were suddenly called back. At this moment, they were confused. "Tell me, this order. What do you think?" the Great Fire Witch said majestically. The first one was the Heavenly King of Strength, Ho Yunhai. He looked at the other Heavenly King and felt that something was wrong. He braced himself and said, "For armies, attack the astral souls immediately. Show the power of the Wu people and build the foundation of the Umno Alliance. This is very clear. It's the final battle of the world. Final battle. Final battle." The Great Fire Witch was confused. "Who told you? This is a final battle. What world? Isn't it? Ho Yunhai was dumbfounded. His eyes widened as he said, "This. An immediate all-out attack. This clearly means a decisive battle. An immediate all-out attack. What this means is to take down Xing Hun at all costs. Isn't this an apocalyptic battle? Show the power of the Wu people. How do you show the power of the Wu people? Destroy the astral souls is the most direct way. Build the foundation of the Umno Alliance. We have to destroy the astral souls first, then destroy the Tao League. Only when our Umno Alliance rules the world can we build the foundation of the Umno Alliance." Ho Yunhai stuttered, "Could it be that our understanding is wrong?" As he spoke, sweat dripped from his forehead. The great fire which almost spat out a mouthful of blood. His red hair stood up straight. You all understand it like this?" "Yes." The two heavenly kings answered sullenly. "Are you stupid?" The great fire which shouted, "How can you understand such an obvious order?" The great fire witch's power came. The two heavenly kings were scared. They could hear how angry the great fire witch was at this moment. Emperor Zhai Xing wanted to say something several times, but he knew that it was not good to expose the great fire witch's shortcomings in front of his subordinates. After thinking about it again and again, he could only remind him tactfully, "You can't blame them. There's something wrong with your order." The great fire witch was so anxious that sweat broke out on his forehead. "How can there be a problem with my order? There's no problem at all. They just misunderstood." Ho Yunhai and the other heavenly king drooped their heads, looking depressed. After all this time, they made a mistake. The great fire witch walked back and forth. "This is the first time I've given an order. The others are in seclusion." Emperor Zhai Xing said angrily, "Start again. Why are you walking around? Every time this bastard walks around, who knows how many more people will die at the border?" "How?" The great fire witch was at a loss. Ho Yunhai and the other heavenly king stood with their heads lowered. They were thinking in their hearts. It seemed that the higher-ups of both sides had made a decision, or had they reached some other decision? But now, it seemed that the great fire which had messed with them. So, Monarch Star-plucking Star had directly charged over. Did he come to settle the score? This was probably the situation now, right? The two heavenly kings were confused and didn't know what to do. The great fire witch thought for a long time and finally said to Emperor Zhai Xing, "Why don't you give the order?" When this sentence came out, not only was Emperor Zhai Xing shocked, even the two heavenly kings felt as if their heads had been struck by lightning. "Let him give the order. We all listen to his orders." This. Emperor Zhai Xing thought for a while and felt that this was really a way. Most of the higher-ups in the Wizard Alliance were brainless. To be honest, if it were not for the fact that their bodies were so strong and their combat power was so much stronger than the combat power of the Star Soul Continent, their strategies and tactics would have been wiped out by the people of the Star Soul Continent long ago. "Have you thought it through?" Emperor Zhai Xing said in a deep voice, "Great fire, this order of yours is harmful to the harmony of the heavens. It has greatly damaged your heavenly Tao's providence. If it's up to me to redeem it, your mistake can't be made up for." The great fire witch sighed, feeling unusually disappointed. "You can go. Right now. My heart is in a mess." "All right." Emperor Zhai Xing picked up the brush and waved it. "From today onwards, we will start an all-out war. We must fight steadily and gradually erode the combat strength of the astral souls. During the war, we will try our best to find the potential talents of the Umno Alliance and focus on nurturing them. We will use the astral souls as a whetstone to improve the mid-level combat strength of the Umno Alliance so that they can advance to the high-level combat strength. We will build the foundation of the Umno Alliance. Once the high-level combat strength army is formed, it will be the time for the Umno Alliance to unify the 3 continents and show off the might of the Wu people. How about this? Emperor Zhai Xing said. What's the difference between what you wrote and what I wrote? Isn't it the same as what I wrote? At most, I wrote it too straightforwardly, so you added some embellishments. The Great Fire Witch was a little dissatisfied. He held the order and looked left and right. The more he looked, the more he felt that it was actually the same meaning. Hee hee. Monarch Star Plucking Star didn't know what else to say. Was there no difference? Was there really no difference? But your order almost destroyed 2 continents. But this embellishment of mine can make you bunch of hotheads understand it, see it clearly, see it clearly. Also, you have to give some measures, incentives, and rewards. For example, which army has the most talents and geniuses in the war, and if it's true, what rewards will be given, etc. You have to specify these as well, right? You also have to specify the minimum number of talents that can be nurtured. Only when the number of talents that emerge can they be considered qualified, etc. These have to be followed and recorded. Emperor Zhai Xing was speechless. The only thing he felt now was that he was fucking helping the enemy. He was teaching them how to attack them step by step, and he was afraid that they wouldn't be able to learn it. There was no need to mention how disgusting this feeling was. The Great Fire Witch scratched his head and thought for a long time. Finally, he said, "Your writing is good. Write all these down together." Fuck, did I come here to be your secretary? Emperor Zhai Xing was furious. Chapter 838. Just tell me if you want to do it or not. Anyway, I won't let my subordinates do it. Wouldn't that make me seem? The Great Fire Witch also said with conviction, "Anyway, I've already lost my face once too many times. If you don't want to do it, let's continue. Let's see who will feel the heartache." Suddenly, he remembered that there were still 2 heavenly kings beside him. He actually didn't let these 2 idiots escape in advance. The Great Fire Witch immediately looked depressed and threatened, "If you 2 brats leak out this matter." Humph. The 2 heavenly kings hurriedly nodded, "We don't dare, we don't dare." They really didn't dare. The Great Fire could really swallow them alive. The Emperor Zhai Xing wrote quickly with a gloomy face, writing the regulations with a gloomy face. The Great Fire Witch sat on one side, stretching his long legs with a gloomy face. The 2 heavenly kings drooped their heads, looking depressed. After a long time, the Emperor Zhai Xing finally finished writing all the regulations with a gloomy face. Yes, take it. He really couldn't not write this, and he couldn't not give the order. If the Umno Alliance was allowed to mess around by themselves, look at those idiots, who knows what kind of trouble they would come up with. If they were to be like the Great Fire Witch again, and create an even more exaggerated situation, it would be terrible. One order was to bury hundreds of thousands of lives. The Emperor Zhai Xing only felt that his heart was bleeding at the thought of this matter. Looking at the innocent Great Fire Witch, he wanted to punch him in the face. Even if he pulled out his tendons and skinned him, it wouldn't be enough to vent his hatred. Bastard! With your intelligence, you can't even be the deputy class leader if you work for me in the kitchen. The Great Fire Witch took a look at it, and his face was full of satisfaction. It's really written well. Brother you, it's not easy to come here. Do you want to sit down and have a drink? Drink your fucking head, I can't wait to spit on your face. Yu Xingchen straightened his clothes and stood up. Then, he left without looking back. I ran hundreds of thousands of miles to write the documents for you for half a day. You fucking Great Fire Witch's face is a little too big. In the palace. The Great Fire Witch's calmness just now disappeared in an instant. He stomped his feet and roared, Hurry up and issue the new order. What are all of you thinking about? Even the people of the astral souls could understand the command, but in your hands, you want to force a decisive battle. Destroy the world. Destroy what world? Did he grow a brain to eat shit? Believe it or not, I'll spit all over your faces. The two heavenly kings were speechless. Can you blame us for misinterpreting? How do you have the face to say such words? Also, you spat dog shit all over our faces, why don't you spit it out? Just now, the star-plucking monarch was probably very angry and spoke incoherently, but you followed his example and made a fool of yourself. Isn't that too much? However, the two of them did not dare to refute. They hurriedly took the order and rushed out. Then, they quickly printed 2 copies. The Heavenly King of Strength took 1 copy and sent it out. Then, the other Heavenly King of Strength guarded the printer and fax machine and sent the copies out one by one. After all, apart from the astral souls losing a lot of manpower, the Umno Alliance also lost a lot of manpower. It was imperative to stop the losses as soon as possible. Notify the various armies. Once they receive this, they must reply immediately. They could not be the scapegoat anymore. It was important to save the lives of the Wu people as soon as possible. Yes. Then, the soldiers who were fighting fiercely at the front lines were all confused. They watched as the Umno Alliance army, which was charging forward with all their might, suddenly retreated like a tide. They retreated for 3,000 kilometers. They even retreated from the Heavenly King Pass. Every one of them was confused. At the Sun Moon Pass, General Dongfang finally let out a heavy sigh of relief. The Umno Alliance's attack pattern was extremely cruel. For 1 day and 1 night, they did not stop at all. Each wave was stronger than the last. It was as if they were saying, even if they fought to the last soldier, as long as the Umno Alliance stood at the Sun Moon Pass, they would win. In order to deal with this wave of attack, General Dongfang used all of his reserves and trump cards. The Dark Blood Team, the Rising Sun Army, the Desperation Team, the Enforcers. They were all sent out. He usually did not send out his Sky Realm generals. Even if he did, it would only be 1 or 2 of them. This time, he directly sent out all of his men. And they were still almost unable to hold on. That was too dangerous. We were completely caught off guard. The enemy's attack was completely different from what the higher-ups had planned. What exactly went wrong? Which part of the plan went wrong? This is a huge mistake. General Dongfang couldn't help but curse when he saw the Wizard Alliance's army retreating like a tide without looking back. The Umno Alliance must have made a mistake. Motherfucker. Are none of the 12 shamans smart? It had to be said that General Dongfang was not only one of the best at observing aura, but his ability to make predictions was also extremely strong. With just one abnormality, he was able to guess the whole story. But looking at the devastated battlefield, General Dongfang's heart ached. It's fine if you made a mistake, but who will be responsible for the huge losses in this battle? So many hot-blooded men were buried forever on the battlefield because of a mistake. What a complete bastard. Everyone on the astral soul side, including the left and right heavenly kings, did not understand what was going on. They did not know the root cause. Only the star-plucking monarch had more dealings with the 12 shamans, and the Flood Witch was not the kind of person who would go back on her words. That was why she killed her way to the Umno Alliance's main hall and solved the problem directly. Otherwise, it would be hard to say how far this battle would go, and whether or not they would make the best of their mistakes and carry on with their mistakes to the very end. If it was based on the battle that lasted for 1 day and 1 night, it was possible that the 2 continents would be completely destroyed. In fact, on the same day. When the Flood Witch returned to the Flood Palace, she immediately ordered the 12 shamans to attend a meeting. Preaching in the Flood Palace. Yes, the Flood Witch was going to preach. The epiphany this time made the great magus of 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 the great magus. Therefore, she had to correct this mistake now. Then, as expected, the 12 shamans all came. The 12 shamans gathered in the hall. They were the Flood Great Sorcerer, the Raging Fire Great Sorcerer, the Dan Kong Great Sorcerer, the Golden Scale Great Sorcerer, the Ice Deep Sorcerer, the Wind Emperor Great Sorcerer, the Bamboo Light Great Sorcerer, the Boundless Great Sorcerer, the Thunderstorm Great Sorcerer, the Burning Candle Great Sorcerer, the West Sea Great Sorcerer, and the Poisonous Great Sorcerer. The Flood Witch said, "Today, I've learned something and am going to cultivate in seclusion. After this cultivation, I'll probably make further progress. I'd like to take this opportunity to explain the cultivation of the Wu people to our brothers." The other 11 shamans were all exultant and happy. "Thank you, big brother." The Great Flood Shaman had always been like this. Whenever he had something good, whatever enlightenment he had, he would share it with everyone and talk about it. Every time he talked about the Tao, everyone's strength would soar by a large margin. Now, Big Brother finally had another epiphany. It had been a long time since the last time she preached. For this long-awaited preaching, the 11 shamans all sat up straight and focused on it, afraid that they would miss a word. The Flood Witch's preaching this time was brilliant and went straight to the point. After a round of discussion, each of the great wizards felt their souls tremble, their realms tremble, and the direction of the great Tao that was originally a little blurry actually became clear. They were all so excited that their bodies trembled. How many years had it been? It had been too long since they could take another step forward. Everyone knew that their cultivations had already reached the peak of this world, and it was difficult for them to advance a step further. Now, after obtaining the Flood Shaman's narration of his own comprehensions, they could use it to verify their own Tao path. This bit of comprehension that was born bit by bit was truly too important. Although the Flood Witch's preaching didn't show any signs of flowers falling from the sky or golden lotuses blooming from the ground, there were still bits of starlight falling from the sky and merging into the shamans' bodies. After this round of preaching, except for the Great Fire Shaman, the other 10 shamans all ran back to cultivate in seclusion as if their butts were on fire. They were all afraid that if they were late, the epiphany they got from listening to the preaching would disappear. This kind of epiphany was usually a flash of inspiration. If you grasped it, you grasped it. If you didn't, you might not have a second chance in your life. Whoever didn't cherish it was a fool. As for the war, Big Brother, you can make the decision. The 10 shamans ran away without a trace in an instant. They all tore the space and rushed back to their palaces. They didn't have time to arrange anything and immediately cultivated in seclusion. Therefore, only the Great Fire Shaman, who was closest to the Flood Witch, was left. There was only one reason why the Great Fire Shaman didn't cultivate in seclusion immediately. He still had a wife, and her cultivation was similar to his. But she didn't come to listen to the Flood Witch's preaching this time. Only the other 11 shamans could listen to the Flood Witch's preaching in close proximity. Although the Flood Witch's wife also had a respected status, she was not a great shaman after all, so she was not qualified. The Great Fire Witch, who was deeply in love, was trying his best to remember and recall everything that the Flood had said. He wanted to make sure that he had remembered everything that the Flood had said so that he could relay it later. At this moment, the deeper meaning of staying here and not leaving was probably that in case my wife couldn't understand what he had told her, "Boss, could you make an exception and tell her again and give her a special lesson?" The Flood Witch was speechless. This war will be commanded by you. The flood witch dropped this sentence and directly cultivated in seclusion. Your wife can't understand it. What does it have to do with me? I agreed to let you relay the content of my preaching. That's already a great favor, okay? You came to me when you fought with your wife. You came to me when your wife beat you. You came to me when your wife and your brother-in-law beat you. You came to me when your wife couldn't break through. Is this my wife or your wife? You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.